morning, everyone. We will commence our first day of our 2023 budget deliberations this morning at 9:06. Thank you for joining us this morning. I don't have much to say other than thank you to Jen and the rest of the staff, Anne and staff, for all the hard work that went into this document. I know, budgeting doesn't stop and end in December. It's a year-round process. So thank you very much for all the work that you've put into this, and look forward to the next few days of going through this. And I'm sure there'll be some good discussion and some tough decisions to make, but thank you very much. With that, I would throw it to you, Anne, if you'd like to kick us off.
As Reeve Campbell alluded to, we're in budget. This is something that we think about all year long, and we're continually looking at the best way to deliver municipal services. And that's something myself and the leadership team think about all the time. How can we do it? How can we do it better? And how can we do it more efficiently? So we're all well aware of the challenges facing us with the inflation and whatnot. So we think that we've got a very good budget document to present. I'd really like to thank Jen and her team and all of the senior leadership team, because we have put a lot of work into this budget, looking at where we can find efficiencies so that we can implement council's vision as you see it. So we did sit down at the beginning of the year, and we did talk to council about their strategic vision. We laid out the clear strategic pillars that council wanted to see, and that's what we take back, and we use this to make every decision that we have. We've really tried hard to make sure that this is a reflection of what council wants and what council would like to see for the community. Everything that a municipality does has a cost. Councillors spend a lot of their time making financial decisions, and this is probably the most important budget. This is the most important document and decision that you will make throughout the whole year. When making your decisions, your role as a public trustee is to safeguard the taxpayers' money and to make the best use of scarce financial resources. And we all know how limited we are. And I think we've seen over the past year, council has very carefully considered all the things that we have to do and tried to balance that. So this will be a continuation of that process. So under the Municipal Government Act, municipalities are charged with number one, providing good government, providing services, facilities, or other things that in the opinion of council are necessary or desirable for all part of the municipality. And three, develop and maintain safe and viable communities. And I think this council has really shown that they put a lot of thought into their decision making, are very proactive, and trying to make sure that Lethbridge County is as sustainable as possible. So the budget does not make decision, it's a manifestation of decisions already made. So these things are our long-term strategic plan, our asset management plan, and that's what we use, all of these documents, when we develop the budget. As I mentioned earlier, the strategic goals that council set out are governance, relationships, region, and prosperity. And when we developed the Lethbridge County corporate plan, we took your strategic goals and visions and we implemented that into strategies, and you will see that through the budget. So we have to do long-range capital infrastructure plan, at least 3 to 5 years. It sets out what the capital expenditures are needed and when the future costs of maintaining the asset when it has built or be purchased, and how the assets will be financed. So municipalities are required to have at minimum a 3-year capital and 5-year capital plan. 3-year financial and 5-year capital. And today we'll be going into the capital plan, and if we have time, the operational plan. If not, we'll be finishing that on Friday. So we talked a little bit about our strategic plan. We also have our asset management plan, and I think the senior leadership team is well aware of the needs and challenges facing Lethbridge County. And here we are arguing and debating on who's getting what, and then Jen usually wins. So that's how it works with us. But we do spend a lot of time throughout the year, but then starting I think in August, Jen, we sit down as a senior leadership team, we go through the overall budget so that we feel that it's meeting your needs. And we're really pleased with what we've come up with. I think we've done a good job. There are some decisions that council's going to have to make. If, for example, we want increased levels of service, then that's something that we're going to have to deal with, and there always is obviously a cost associated with that. So with that, I will turn it over to Jen.
Thank you, Anne. Thank you, Council. Let's bring up my presentation. So welcome to the 2023 budget deliberations. As Anne mentioned, we'll start with the capital budget today. I'm just going to go through a few just overall items and reminders for Council. So today is day one, November 29th. We'll do a budget overview and then get into the presentation. Anne touched on this. There are legislative requirements within the Municipal Government Act that a council must adopt an operating budget each calendar year by January 1st of that calendar year. Or an interim budget if they can't come to a consensus on the final budget. And then, of course, the capital budget also has to be adopted by January 1st of each year on a 5-year plan for capital and 3-year for operating. So what is a budget? I've shown this to council before. I think it's a great reminder. I think Larry actually found this for us. So a budget is a business tool, a plan for future activities. And a budget anticipates revenues and estimates expenditures. So we, as a senior leadership team, do our best to anticipate what we're going to receive for grant funding, what our revenues are going to look like, and we estimate our expenditures based on historical values, known changes, inflation, those kinds of things. So those are all part of the budget considerations on our end. So on page 4 of the document, I included a budgeting what to consider, just for information for council. So at the beginning, we asked the question, why are we here? A municipality exists to provide services to citizens and businesses and meet their needs. And then we're here to find out. So what did the citizens want? This is more obviously on the council's role. So finding out what your taxpayers want, what is going to help to improve their quality of life and their well-being is part of the key or success of a community. Determine what are we doing now to meet those needs. So reviewing current budget levels of service, which is something that we've done throughout the year. Jeremy's brought forward a few level of service documents. Initiatives, evaluate them, which is again what we do on the budgeting end, just to make sure they're meeting the needs of council. Our asset requirements are in place and everything is aligning with the strategic plan. And decide how do we want to improve. So this is where we can make adjustments to the budget, projects, and initiatives if they aren't working as effectively or efficiently as we'd like, and maybe even reallocate where we need to or repurpose from areas. And then create. So this is the budget then gets put together. So now we have made some decisions at the end of the budget process on program service levels and initiatives that'll best serve the citizens and businesses of the county. The budget should be a result of the decisions rather than driving the decisions. So I just thought that was a nice one-pager for council, just a quick overview of the process, the combined process from a senior leadership team as well as council perspective. So the budget presentations from the senior leadership team, Anne went over this too. Anne has the council and executive office. Jeremy and Devin cover public operations, infrastructure services, which I see I have a spelling error there, I apologize. Finance and administration and information technology is myself and Doug Burke. And then community services, which houses planning and development, fire services, and the CPO program is Larry. So that is kind of a quick overview. I don't know if there's any questions before we get into the capital budget itself. I'll just keep rolling forward.
Any questions at this time from council?
Okay.
Go ahead, Jen.
So preparing for the capital budget, we want to deliver on council's strategic priorities: governance, relationship, region, and prosperity. We're investing in the infrastructure to maintain county assets as well as meet the needs of the citizens. And we want to ensure that resources are in place for continued service delivery of all county activities. So a lot of the service delivery and the operating is impacted by capital decisions, be it equipment, road maintenance, whatever that might be. So what we're looking at this year is just over 14 million. Now, I did change the layout, just for information for council. What I did is I moved the market access network revenues out so you can see them separately. So we get our 2.1 million, and then that money goes towards debt and to the reserve. Then under market access network reserve funds, we're pulling what we require for the year out of that reserve. We talked about it as a team, and it seemed to be a little bit cleaner when you're looking at the document as a whole. So hopefully that's clear for council, but we will get into the details of that as Devin gets into the infrastructure budget. So the above categories are the primary resources for capital. As council knows, capital budget is not funded through taxation, with the exception of business tax funds that go to the reserve. And all resources, as far as grant funding goes, even procedures of disposal of equipment, when Jeremy's looking at that, are researched to determine what is eligible and what we can obtain for funding. So this is just kind of taking that same information and just showing it to you in another format. So a good portion of our capital budget is funded through grants. The next portion is reserve funding, so majority of which is related to fleet, but also with the market access network funds, which I pulled out separately. And then 8% is related to proceeds on sale of machinery and equipment. And for the 2023 budget and beyond, we still estimated the $2.50 per animal unit on the market access network levy. So we use that in our projections. And
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the maintaining the reserves there, so that money does not come from taxpayers' money, you said? So where does it come from?
so the reserves themselves, a portion of is funded through tax dollars, yes, but we don't add to our annual tax support to fund capital separately. So we do put money to reserves annually, but then we pull from those reserves in the next year, generally speaking. But we're not, our tax levy portion, that percentage up or down, is not impacted by the capital budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So when you talk 8.1% and 30 is that of the total budget, or is that just of the tax levy, the animal, what do we want, the business tax? Like I'm not sure.
These percentages are based on this 2023 budget year only. So of this 2.74, it's 19%. I have another graph here, actually. Oh, maybe I didn't include it. But in your book, you'll see where I have the expenditures for the capital laid out. So this is just for the 1 year. The market access network reserve funds, that's what we're drawing specifically from that reserve to fund the infrastructure budget that Devin's going to be presenting.
Okay.
And just as a last comment on this, any loss or non-approval of grant funding will impact what happens with the project. So if another funding method is not readily available, either way it would be coming back to council for approval, but we would have to look at another funding resource if we were denied a grant.
Jen, can you talk a little bit about the change from MSI to LGFF and how that's gonna affect 2023?
Yeah.
Or, I know we're kind of in the dark still a bit, but.
What I'll do is I actually, when I was at the GFOA conference in October, Gary Sandberg, who was the deputy minister at the time, did a presentation on grant funding. Now, albeit it was a little bit vague in some areas, but he did discuss what the potential grant funding change from MSI to LGFF will look like. So I can bring that screen up afterwards and we can have a bit of a discussion on that.
Thank you.
Yep. This page here just shows you the expenditures by department. As mentioned, we'll go through each of these individually and speak to each specific project and how it's going to be funded for each of the next 5 years. And this will be who presenting. So Jeremy, for the budget portion or capital portion, will be doing services and fleet. Devin will look after infrastructure, and he generally does the finance and administration one because it's building related. And Doug will look after the information technology. So I'll just bring that up. I did think that possibly council might want to see that. So he had quite a presentation, but this is, I'm gonna guess, kind of what. So I'll go to this screen first. So this is kind of their timeline of what they were looking at for the decision on changing to the LGFF grant funding versus the MSI. Sort of as you look in this green area, Alberta municipalities, RMA and MSCG, which I think must be the government, as well as Calgary and Edmonton, were not able to come to a consensus on the formula for grant funding moving forward, because it looks like it's going to vary from what they have done historically with the MSI funding. So it got pushed back to the province, so they're taking a look at it. They're working on the development of a policy, which he kind of estimated October, November, hoping to have a final formula and program announcement for us in 2023. Now, their budget year, of course, is April, so I don't know if we'll have any information prior to that. For budgeting purposes, when we were looking at it with Amelia and discussing it with Devin, we based our estimates on current MSI dollars that we've received. So what they're kind of thinking, it will replace MSI in the 24-25 year. Baseline funding, $722 million. Calgary and Edmonton will take $382 million right off the top. That's their portion. And the other municipalities will share the $340 million. Then the future funding will fall or rise depending on the changes in the provincial revenue by a 50% index factor. So that $340 million is the baseline, no matter what. However they decide to distribute that, municipalities will receive. There could be a rise and fall in future funding based on revenues, however. I'm sure council have probably heard some of this at RMA, but this, I don't know, is a guaranteed funding formula either. Since it's gone back to the province, I don't know if they're going to use per capita or if they're going to look at infrastructure needs or how they're going, what the other factors are that are going to impact that. But so this 340, how that gets distributed around the province is kind of an unknown.
So is the question, if I may, Mr. Chairman? Yeah, thank you. You know, listening to that, you know, a lot of it depends on what the province is going to do by April or whatever. Are there any municipalities that they wait for that and they're not doing the budget deliberation till after that? Are there any of them? Because that would make more sense to me, but thank you.
Councillor Zeenster, through the chair. I don't know what all other municipalities are doing. I have seen in the paper that a lot of municipalities are currently in budget deliberations and making some decisions. I'm guessing doing estimates based on current funding levels like the rest of us. I have worked in another municipality where they passed an interim budget and then final budget in May. I have seen that before, but I don't know what everybody else is doing at this time, no.
And given that it's going to be implemented in 2024, we're still okay for 2023 to do the budget, correct, Jen?
Yeah, I would think so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of concern and opposition with LGFF that we're not going to get the amount of funding we did historically. Is it fair to say to continue on our current MSI dollars and budget with that, or should we be cutting to 90% or some number smaller?
It's an option. I wish I knew what they were gonna do. Our portion, you know, I think we've been Devin's done a good job of ensuring that there is still reserve funds available should we need to go that route. Ideally, and I think it's been council's sort of thought process in the past, is to utilize as much grant dollars as possible. And hopefully by putting those in the budget, it shows our need as well to use those. I'm hoping it goes up. We are in a surplus position as a province right now, according to everything I'm hearing and reading, so maybe that will be beneficial moving forward.
And I think too, what we heard in Edmonton was that 722 base is in line with what MSI currently is, which has been a significant haircut to where it was. So we've seen a pretty drastic cut to this point. So if that is, baseline, and the indications I think that we've received to this point is that for a municipality such as ourselves, whether it is based, like Jen says, the factors that go into the formula, be it population, infrastructure, I think the anticipation is that our allocation won't change drastically given the formula. The formula might not impact us as much, but it'll be other municipalities that are potentially impacted to a greater degree, potentially. But like I said, having said that, the formula is still up in the air. Sorry. Claus, did you have something? Thanks, Jen.
Okay, thank you. I think I'll just keep going. I might as well get into it maybe for the next little while. So I'm going to bring up the budget document, and we'll get started. I guess I'll bring Jeremy up, and he can speak to, I'll just open it up to the page that council needs to be on. And then we'll go through a lot of this stuff tomorrow. Sorry, I should have had this ready to go. So Ag Services is the first budget we'll be looking at. I'll make this bigger for council's purposes. Starting on page 21, if you're following in iCompass there. I'll just actually maybe leave it there. Does that help you?
Sure.
And sorry if I can, Jeremy. I think the plan is that we will break between now and lunch at some point, just to take a moment. We have lunch planned for just before noon, so somewhere around noon we'll break again, reconvene after lunch, and then we'll see how the day goes, as Jen suggested, where we're at. If we're able to make it through capital, it'll be up to council at that time if we want to proceed into operating it today, but for the time being, we'll kind of proceed with down that path, I guess, if that works for everyone. And if anyone wants a break or needs a break or anything, please just raise your hand and we can do that.
Also, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier. I did bring in a board, so if we have any questions that we can answer on the fly or parking lot items, I'll make sure I document them there, and then we can kind of go through them throughout the day and on Friday.
Thanks, Jen.
Good morning, Council. So today I've got two portions I'm going to present. The first portion is going to be the Ag Services capital budget. So this is primarily, we've focused on this in the last few years on capital improvements to playgrounds throughout the area. So this past year we completed the Monarch Campground. Prior to that it was Diamond City and Sunset Acres. Now what we have planned for the next 5-year term is we're also in the process of doing a more thorough evaluation of all of our playgrounds, but they are in very good shape essentially for right now. For 2023 what we have planned is an upgrade to the Shaughnessy playground and the hard court surface they have essentially out in that area for recreational purposes. And then in 2024 we have some other smaller upgrades to some small playground equipment throughout the area, whether that's improving swings or ladders or whatever we determine essentially through our evaluations. And then in 2025, we have some park trail upgrades, which are basically for just some gravel paths, essentially, that are throughout the region. Now, there is nothing within here that includes anything to do with the link pathway, just to be clear on that portion. These pathway upgrades are just some smaller trails and stuff like that we have in the area. Mountain Meadows has got 2 miles of shale surface, and we're going to add some more shale to that surface as well. Any questions on the Ag Services capital?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Jeremy, is the Shaughnessy playground in the area where the old school was? or whereabouts is it in Shaughnessy? Is that correct? Or-
There is the central park that's offset from the community center. That's where the playground is that the county owns right now. We have that central lot where the camp kitchen is. And this would be pulling out that playground equipment there and replacing it with this infrastructure, as well as, like I said, that hard, there's a basketball court, tennis court type surface there as well. So that's where this is. It's not on the community center grounds. It's that kind of island area. Yeah. Yeah. Very much in the center of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to make sure I understand this correctly, we're transferring from reserves to fund these expenditures. Does that mean that it has no direct impact on our cash flow or our, on the budget? We're just pulling it out of our reserves?
That is correct. So there is two reserves here that are mentioned. One is the municipal reserve. Other one is the ASB future projects reserve. The balance in the ASB project reserve, I'll touch on that one first, is about $250,000 right now, just a little bit north of that. And that was basically for any kind of parks and playground projects. Was that intention? And then for the municipal reserve, this is actually a larger reserve that we have that basically comes from the sale of land and development essentially in the area. And that money grows by, I think, the last 5 years is about $100,000 per year.
At least, yeah.
Yeah. So then that money is essentially pooled within that reserve, and then we've been using that money within the municipal reserve to fund these playground improvements. Fair.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, like in Shaughnessy there, you got two recreational parks, basically. The one from the county and then the other one that's with the community.
Yep.
So, couldn't we have combined those two together?
We are, I mean, with each of these community associations and with each of these communities, whether it be Monarch, we worked with them to see if there was any grant funding available. And as funding becomes available, then we'll definitely leverage those associations essentially to go after grant funding if they can. This is basically, we ran into this with the Monarch playground in particular as we pushed it a year into 2022 because we originally had a plan for 2021 in the hopes that they would get some association grant funding, but there was none that essentially became available. If there is some, then there's always that chance for either to offset some of this cost or you're doing an even larger project. And just to kind of break this down a little bit as well, for that $300,000 for the Shaughnessy, we're estimating $200,000 for the playground equipment portion and then $100,000 for the resurfacing of the court.
I just want to remind council too that in the past, what we've done with the community associations is we've given $10,000 per year to help the community association's budget. So for the newer members of council, Jen, can you tell me when that came into place, that $10,000 per year?
I believe 2020?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 or 3 years ago, yeah.
Thank you. And so this was a way to help the community associations know how much money the county was going to give them and to help them kind of plan out their year. So that still is in this budget, but it may be something that council may want to think about.
Thank you. Well, just further to that, we used to have them apply every year for funding.
Yep.
And then but actually you gave it from municipal reserve, which you can't do anymore. So.
Okay.
Partly, if we're gonna go on the new guy thing here, is this our time to like question if it's necessary to spend that much on a particular thing, such as $100,000 resurfacing of a pad? So my question is that do we try to target those things right here and now, or is it more just making the bigger decisions around it?
Through you, Chair. I guess absolutely, that's why we're here. Council can question all of this. We, as senior leadership team, take what we think your vision is, and we're trying to implement it. So we think this is a good use of this funding, but council can certainly say yes or no, or question it, or ask us whatever you want, and we can give you our logistical reasons.
And I think too, just in the fact that, so as we're on capital now, as the capital is funded through grants and through draws from reserves, these decisions don't directly have a direct implication on what that number is on the tax assessment per se. I mean, it's all, I think we're all cognizant where the money comes from, initially where it comes from. But I think when we talk about, making more of those more aggressive strategic kind of adds and cuts, I think traditionally it's usually through the operation part, but you're more than welcome to, if there's something that you want to have a discussion about, that's always on the table, like Ann said. Yep.
One of the challenges too, through the chair to Councillor Van Essen, is that we've got so many hamlets and we're always trying to manage these scarce resources and be equitable. So we felt in our discussion that Shaughnessy was one that we hadn't addressed yet, so that's why we are slowly trying to address every park in each hamlet, and we're getting really close, so we just want to continue on that trajectory.
Maybe Jen, you want to go ahead first?
I can
Okay.
wait.
Go ahead, Claus.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what Councilor Van Essen is more leaning toward is the price tag on everything, and I think I kind of agree with the amount of money that is necessary to do that. Is that some kind of a reason for that, or is that all because of safety and these kind of things, that things are so unbelievable expensive?
I'll touch on that portion. As far as playground equipment has gotten incredibly expensive in the last X amount of years. Lots of it's made out of metal. There is a safety requirements as part of each of these playgrounds. They have to have a specific pea gravel for children that fall off the equipment so they don't harm themselves. All of the playground equipment is, I don't like to use the word liability because it's children playing on metal equipment, but I mean, it is essentially designed to not to prevent death, not necessarily harm, but I mean, because any kid can run into any fixed object accordingly. But these are designed specifically for multiple use and for the safety of children. Some of these we can all remember the old playground structures that some of us grew up on, whether they be wooden or whoever the local welder was that put it together. So these are very specific. These are the majority of the ones we've put have been through Blue Imp playground equipment, and they are pretty much some of the best equipment out there. And these are very, very much the most common ones you will see in any community now that does any kind of community playground improvement, per se.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you see what's happening over the last 5-10 years with the playgrounds down there, the cost of it, and it's all because of the liability and the type of equipment you gotta have, they almost, whoever is pushing for that all the time, they're almost pushing you to us as a council and maybe other councils too, maybe, they're gonna say, hey, we just can't afford it anymore because the liability end of it, and that is a danger, I think, and I think, playground equipment 20 years ago, 30 years, 40, 50 years ago, it was all okay, and but they pushing it to the point down there that we're gonna have to say, hey, we just can't afford it anymore because of the liability end of it. Just a thought.
I appreciate that comment. I have young children, and I definitely prefer the equipment they play on now compared to what I grew up on. But it is definitely there is a cost implication of all of this. Now, the one advantage point that we do have is there's not as many playgrounds throughout the county, but they are smaller sites individually. This last one in Shaughnessy would essentially probably set us up for the better part of the next 15 years without any substantial playground equipment upgrades, because most of the ones that we do have been replaced. Will have been replaced with this one. There is two components to the Shaughnessy Park as well, because somebody did bring up the resurfacing portion. So this can be split into two different.
Mandated to do to protect ourselves from risk. And I know that's challenging sometimes, but unfortunately, that's the way we have to look at when we're implementing these capital projects to protect ourselves.
Is there potential that we'd say, well, we'll do playground, take care of it, and community association, when you have the funds or the desire, you take care of hard surfacing your pad?
Both of these are on county property, so they are county assets. So, I mean, there could be, obviously, you work with the community association for any upgrades in the local area, but it is specifically a county asset that essentially would require the upgrade.
Would council like me to put the Shaughnessy Park up as a decision item? Okay.
All right,
Okay.
is there any more questions on the Ag Service Board capital portion? We've left 26 and 27 open as far as capital improvements, because very much like I said, we've completed a lot of the local playgrounds.
Just a quick question, thank you. How long is the life expectancy of the playground equipment? Like, is this every 10 years or 15 or
I
depends on use, but
Oh, of course, depends on use and weathering and so on, but typically with these structures, they're good for 15 to 20 years at a minimum. I'm not sure what the specific warranty is on the structures themselves, but they are very high quality and will last a considerable amount of time.
Okay.
Good. It is a little bit of a, we're talking ag services and we're talking playground, so I mean, it's kind of a little bit of it falls within their scope. Okay, so moving on to fleet services, and this
So
is,
page 26 is the first page.
okay, page 26 of your budget document. So in preparing the fleet services portion, we've obviously seen this year in particular, in all my 15 years of municipal experience, I've never seen such a large increase in the cost of capital equipment that I have seen this year. So with that, I've raised some of the cost implications essentially of what our capital requirements will be over the next X amount of years, and this is based on life cycle replacements. We're trying to target equipment replacement when it's essentially at its best resale value as well as its best useful life for us. So I'll just talk with graders in particular, we have them on a 7-year rotation. So we'll purchase a machine, run it for 7 years, and then that's kind of what we've determined is the optimal value right now. Now, that does not mean that, as budget implications change, we can essentially begin to stretch that portion out a little bit more. In particular, when I first started with the county, we had graders on a 5-year cycle plan, and I said that's too tight, essentially, for what we're doing, and we need to spread that out based on the fact that we've got sorry, I'm just doing the short math in my head. We have 13 graders essentially that are actively working, and then we have 1 spare, essentially. So we have 14 graders. We're looking at replacing 2 per year. Hopefully we can offset. That's one of our largest cost implications here. So with that, the graders and all the heavy equipment have seen large price increases over the last year, as well as tractors, trucks, just about anything that you can purchase. Now, some of that cost point varies. Some have only gone up by 5%, some have gone up by 20%. So there is a bit of a cost variability there across the board as far as equipment goes. For 2023, we did. Yep.
What are the, on the average, what are the hours on like the graders, for example, that you
Okay. So on average, and it is an averaging thing, I would say we have about 1,100 to 1,400 hours on any machine per year. And so usually typically when we get to the point of we have we're putting 7-year warranties on them up to 7,500 hours. Most of the disposals are falling in that 8,000 to 9,000 range. Sometimes a little bit higher. I think we've got a couple machines right now that have got in the mid 8s right now.
so in a just to remind us a minute, why you went from 5 to 7, and could we stretch that further?
What I've done for my cost evaluation points right now is kind of the optimal point to dispose of a grader is essentially before it hits 10,000 hours. Any heavy equipment, you start to get around that 10,000 hours, you're looking at larger engine work as well as other component pieces that you might have to do. So then you start to get to that risk point where it's, you're going to have to put some money into it to essentially continue to use it. Now with some of the larger iron, like a scraper or something like that, for the cost point that they actually are and for how durable they actually are, it's a good investment essentially to put them to a 0-hour maintenance package essentially on those. Those have gotten incredibly expensive here recently as well, but it is an option essentially for some equipment. Now for graders, they are talking about doing one of the shifts in the market has been they're talking about doing more 0-hour work on graders. It is very much it will bring your equipment back to relatively new or slightly used state, but the cost point essentially on those is almost cost prohibitive unless you're really trying to dial back.
What do you mean by 0 hour?
Well, I'm just using that as a phrasing essentially they use. Essentially it's 0 hours on the new engine that component that essentially goes in. So instead of having an 8,000 hour engine or a 9,000 hour engine, basically they put in a new engine or a refurbished engine and they say it's a 0-hour piece. Except for on those, some of those, if it's a refurb, then they usually say on a 0-hour that it's only good for about 75–80% of new.
So you're talking about major component changes, and when they change that out, then they 0 hour?
Yeah. Well, they 0-hour the engine. They don't 0-hour the machine, the component, yes.
Well, that makes sort of makes sense. 'Cause
Yep.
I'm just hearing that it is a 0 hour.
Yep.
I apologize, I just wasn't familiar with the terminology.
No, and that's, thank you for that question. The 0-hour service or engine services that we usually call them are, like I said, we usually do them on the heavier equipment like scrapers and dozers is my most common experience with those. And basically then they say, you get a new, typically I usually say I don't want a refurb, I want a new engine in it because then you get a little bit more life expectancy potentially out of those. Okay.
One more question. When you're looking at the disposal of the retired equipment, I mean, we all know and we've seen the pressures on the supply chain and the cost of equipment going up. Are you seeing that going up in the same manner, or is it, are used equipment sales increasing with that, or are they staying stagnant?
From what I've seen just from auction prices, which is kind of what the market is essentially paying right now, we are seeing some slight increases in terms of used equipment, but in a lot of cases, it's also as the market shifts. You bought a set 7 years ago, you bought a grader for $300,000, and now you're seeing them resale if they're 7 years old. You might be getting 100, 120 for them, depending on the number of hours on them. Like if we're talking hours, probably 8,000 to 9,000 hours. You probably get in that 100 to 120 range, but it's dependent. And the market is so much in flux. If you sell a machine, my experience has been if you sell a machine in auction, you get it in the early part of the season. If you get it into March, April, you'll get a better price for it because market demand is high. It's moving into construction season, especially in Alberta. If you sell it in June or something like that, then you can probably expect to get 10% less. So it is it's variable. Are we seeing better prices? To an extent, but in some cases, we're still not seeing that complete market shift yet. Yeah. Now, I don't want to skip over too many questions because there was a question about the 5-year cycle to the 7-year cycle could we expand that further? And that's always something that I'm looking at essentially is where we could essentially further stretch any of our equipment, even looking at different options as far as greater financing or leasing has become a more prevalent option. And one thing I'm looking at right now is what is that total cost of capital per year, essentially based on a lease agreement versus us purchasing it outright and finding the best vantage point essentially for us in some of our largest expenditures.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm under the impression that some of this replacement equipment is over a year out on getting it from order time. What's the chance of us not getting our new equipment for next year? Or this year, I guess, however that works.
Yeah, so obviously supply chain has been we've all heard supply chain has been a large issue and a concern, and that's why I brought the 2023 capital equipment for approval early, so we could essentially get in the queue and get our orders in earlier than previous years. And I think that's something that we're probably going to have to continue to do when it comes into the 2024 capital equipment. That is something I'll probably be bringing back in May or June or something to that effect, so we can get ahead of essentially that. There's about a 12 to 18 month window on some of the heavier iron, so graders, tractors, a bunch of those pieces, and the plan being basically to have them land in the spring, so they essentially transition very quickly and go to work, not getting these delivered essentially in July or August when we're already midway through our season. Now that is variable across all kinds of different pieces of equipment. Graders, I'm hearing 12 months. The ones that we did order back in July, looks like they'll be here in March, based on the fact that they've already been largely built for the most part on the production lines. And these are something that I keep in contact with the dealerships with essentially to track when that timing is essentially going to be. Other pieces of equipment, some of it can be a little bit variable, but I put that time of delivery essentially as part of our evaluation when we actually order this piece of equipment, because if they tell me it's 2 years out, then that's not really going to work for what our piece is, and then I might have to look at alternative options, which is an auction market or looking at who's got a decent piece of used equipment out there, depending on what our need is and depending on the state of the equipment that we're essentially disposing of and replacing with.
Jeremy, in that vein, would you dispose of a piece of equipment before its replacement arrives, or what is your philosophy on that?
Depends on the piece of equipment and depends on its utility. For something like a grader, I would not replace a grader before we actually have the newly landed piece of equipment. I'm not going to run that risk. All the equipment is tied to our levels of services, and we're not trying to run an excessive amount of equipment. We're trying to meet basically our service levels, but I'm not going to take that risk essentially at that point. So I'm just going to go quickly over the 2023 equipment that we do have incoming. So we have 2 graders that are purchased. The graders this year, we saw about a 10% increase in the cost of those. So you'll see in the 2023 and 2024, 25, 26, 27, you'll see a steady increase in essentially the cost of those graders. Now, I'm hoping the market stabilizes to an extent over the next 3 years, but if I could predict that, I'd be a magician right now. Now, I will say that we are being very diligent about how we do purchase our equipment. We do compare with other local municipalities. We look at all the options that are available to us. The RMA has a Sourcewell purchasing program. We do take that in consideration, and we do look at these programs, whether there is a cost advantage point. In lots of cases, because of southern Alberta being somewhat localized and offset from Calgary and Edmonton, we do get some better pricing, I find, when we deal with a lot of the local dealers versus going through larger Sourcewell programs.
Just a question, and I know it's the best estimated guess, but in 26 you have the capital cost of a grader at 700, and in 27 you're up to 9. That's a pretty big jump, is it not? Like the other years are not too bad for jump wise, but I know it's just a guess.
Oh, no, that is an estimate, and thank you for pointing that one out. The difference on those ones is the 700,000 is a regular maintenance machine, so a 772 GP or a 872 GP or a Cat 140M. On that year particularly, the 900,000 is for replacement cost for a Cat 14M, which is the largest construction grader you have out there. So it's a bigger, quite a bit larger piece of equipment, and there's about a $200,000 spread on that. And I am looking at options on, I'm watching the used market for that one, because that's the previous 14M I purchased was off another county who barely used it. So it was an advantage pricing essentially to us, essentially at that time. But that is the difference cost. Good. The other piece of equipment we have for this year, truck and plow equipment, there's a replacement on that. That will be landed here fairly shortly, and that unit will be essentially be active for next fall. Replacement of a wheel loader for our gravel pits, that one is on order, and it is timed for April right now. We have several 3/4 ton and 1 ton trucks. Those are, we're seeing varying times essentially on orders on those. I've been working with Enterprise quite a bit because they seem to have a better avenue into getting equipment ordered than local dealerships, and are more willing to search for us. There is a construction 1 ton. This was a 2022 purchase, and I will do one small correction on this, is we had pushed it to 2023 because that was the expected delivery time. It looks like that one's going to be delivered in 2020 or in December here. So we did have it planned for 2022. I had pushed it, but that will be a slight change essentially on this sheet. And I literally just found about that one last week. The other items we have here is a construction 3 ton, which is going to be for our, is a dual purpose unit. We have a dump box on that, and we also use it for, we put a slide-in sander on top of it, and we use it for our hamlets and small rural subdivisions. Tow behind scissor man lift. This is for our utilities department uses it, as well as we use it in different maintenance activities within our buildings. Typically, we've been renting one at the cost of anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000 per year. So this will basically negate that cost, and then we've actually got access to it at all times. The replacement of an ASB 10-foot disc. I remember this one brought up quite a bit of discussion before because of the price point scared me. I will say I'm pleasantly surprised that I think the cost on that one actually came in at $45, was we found one for. Replacement of an equipment trailer. So this was an amalgamation. We had a whole bunch of random Bobcat trailers, small utility trailers. So this one went to, essentially, we disposed of those, and this would be a purchase for that. The roadside mower, these are essentially just ongoing replacements. The decks on these essentially start to wear out with the amount of work that they do throughout the countryside. And then I think and then the replacement of a rock box. This is for the construction 3 ton. Essentially, this is the box. The box that we have existing right now is rusted out, and we need to have it replaced. That's the joy of salt being on it for 6 months of the year. And then the replacement of a few fuel pumps. We did some last year, and we have more planned essentially for this year for that area. Now the enterprise fleet program, you'll see a very large jump in essentially what the cost of trucks were from 2023 to 2026, because we've seen very large increases, almost in the 15 to 20% range on a lot of our smaller units. Now the enterprise program is designed essentially to rotate our vehicles on an annual basis. This will be the first year we actually sell off, and we're just getting our 2023 trucks right now, or sorry, 2022's trucks right now. So we're just cycling out our first portion. We have seen, and from my discussions with Enterprise, there has been very favorable costs as far as the resale of trucks. Speaking with another municipality that's running this program for 3 years, they've actually recorded a profit every year they've cycled trucks. So hopefully that will work out quite well for us, but that'll be something that I'll be monitoring essentially as we go along. Now those trucks specifically are for administration, utilities, and supervisors. So these are not work trucks. They are not being outfitted. They are basically coming in as a transportation unit. And the SUV, that's the corporate vehicle. The same thing, that will be cycled through Enterprise. This one may be slightly extended because the number of kilometers you need to have on a unit before they recommend any kind of resale. They want it anywhere from 20,000 plus in a lot of cases. So we'll monitor each of these units to make sure that they're sold at a good optimal time. And then the two skid steers, the wheel and the track, essentially we have a program running right now with EVCON where basically we purchase it at our governmental discount and then we trade it off within a year, so there's no maintenance essentially on any of those units. There's no new tracks for the track skid steer. And then they basically give us, cycle us in a new one. And the cost is very, very attractive. Essentially it costs us, I think our cost per hour on our last cycle was $30 an hour for a skid steer for a capital cost, which is exceptional. So I will keep on moving down. 2024 has a greater replacement, another truck and plow equipment, and that will basically reset the majority of our truck and plow equipment to we should not have to replace another for quite a few years. We have a track excavator forecasted, a spray patching truck, as I talked about, delays on delivery time. When I checked on the turnover time on a new spray patching truck, they said 18 months is being generous. So we have that one scheduled, which that one might not even land until 2025, 2026. More half or more 3/4 ton and 1 tons, and then we start moving into ASB tractor cycling. Now tractors, we are watching where those costs are going, but that has gone up quite a bit since we've purchased the last one. And then we have another roadside mower to go along with the tractors for our mowing program, and then the completion of our fuel pumps for Picture Butte and Coaldale, and then as well the enterprise fleet program and the EVCON cycling program as well.
John?
You touched on that the roadside mowers are, that they wear out, I can understand that, they're a fairly harsh use piece of equipment in the sense that, you know, what they do. What is your rotation in terms of, how many do we have and how many do you rotate out of?
I couldn't tell you specifically how many we have. I think we have 5 to 6. And basically we're looking at about a 5-year program essentially to rotate those out.
So pretty well one every year.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What was the issue again with the replacement of these fuel pumps? I can't remember, we were talking about it last summer. And
Just older. The ones that we have existing were 20 years old, so the pumps need to be replaced. This is very common with any of those types of units. I mean, we have the biggest cost we have is the actual fuel storage tanks, and those will last a very long time. But now we ran into the cycle time where it was the fuel pumps need to be replaced. They've been there for quite a while.
Do you want to give another one, Morris?
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, where the county purchased the fuel from, the company, are they somewhat interested maybe replacing that at their cost? Because I've seen that done before with certain big farm operations.
There's always that potential. That's something that I didn't necessarily pose to. I think El Dorados are who we have our fuel contract with right now. Midwest Pumps has done the primary portion of all of our infrastructure as far as the fuel stations. So is it a potential? Yes, I would say we could definitely look further into that, but this is with Midwest Pumps has been primarily doing all of our stuff at this point. And as far as the fuel retailer, we've primarily focused on them just for the purchase point. Now with the fuel, I mean, and we'll touch more on this in the operating budget, but we go through a substantial amount of fuel. So these are pretty high use units as well.
We got Claus and Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The fuel pumps there. I know we got a free one from El Dorado. So I'm just wondering about that question there too. Like, try to deal it in with it because I mean they really want to sell you the fuel. I'll tell you that. And but are they done with so many years? because we've got ours, I don't know, it's probably way longer than that. And is there, do you test them for something, in order to, like, that you know they're done for life? Because it looks like you don't get any money for them either.
I just want to say we're kind of wandering into the weeds a little bit here, and I just kind of want to keep these discussions a bit high level. And we have to kind of have confidence in Jeremy that he will get us the best possible deal with these units as he can.
And like I said, I will take a look and I'll contact El Dorado and I'll find out about that detail as well. We have primarily most of our pumps and our tanks and everything have been through Midwest. Can they be refurbished? I mean, there is a little bit of repurposing, I'm sure, with some of these. But we're trying to make sure that, especially for our needs, that the recommendation up to me was that we need to get these fuel stations upgraded, so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And just acknowledging too, they would be a substantially higher use than what we would use on a farm or whatever. We're talking about dozens of buses through Palliser that are fueling at our sites, graders, trucks, so these are well used.
Oh, completely, yeah. They are very well used.
Eric?
Okay. One of the things you'll also see here in the, moving on to 2025, there's 2 replacement graders. You can see that cost still steadily increasing, as well as replacement of a gravel truck. This was a 0-hour maintenance. We've got one of our scrapers. We have a 2007 scraper, and we're forecasting by that time we'll probably have to do.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Jeremy, you touched on it on the first page we had here on 27, so the 2023 capital. You did, that had been approved previously by council. You did bring that forward, correct?
Correct.
So is that, I know you kind of touched on it, moving forward, do we see that becoming the norm moving forward, where we'll deal with that capital piece on the equipment side of things prior to future budget sessions? Is that something you anticipate?
I anticipate that just based on what we're seeing as far as lag time, as far as delivery. I've always usually typically done capital purchasing in September, in that September to November range. But this is something that we're essentially adjusting to what the market is right now. Yeah, that's end cost. Yeah.
Thank you.
And now prior in for the capital budget portion that I brought forward back in July, this did have costs from 23 to 27. I've changed, or I've updated a bunch of those costs based on where the market essentially has trended essentially since then, which is reflected in these would be adjusted capital, because if you look at the totals, we are looking at for 2023 a net budget request of 3.47 million, 2024 3.66, 2025 3.625, 2026 3.68. So you're seeing, I'm trying to keep the capital requirement as steady as I possibly can, essentially for what that is year to year, so we're not seeing large fluctuations. One of the highlight portions here is on the 2025 is the 0-hour maintenance on the scraper engines. So as we talked about, that's a piece of iron that we can actually 0-hour.
And had one there, Jeremy, yeah.
Yep. Just for newer members of council, because I know we went over this quite extensively, and we did do it last year, but recognizing that was some of your first budget, is everybody okay with and understands the way the enterprise system works, or would you like Jeremy to do a little broad explanation of that? I just wanted to know. Everybody's good? Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Just continuing on in 2025, we've got some tandem gate cross belly dumps. Those are for essentially our gravel program. We have the replacement of an emergency services vehicle, which would be for the CPO. Now there is a small portion there. We have an emergency services contingency reserve, and there's a portion of cost that comes out of that. And then more trucks and roadside mowers. Moving into 2026, 2 more grader replacements. We've got the replacement of a dozer engine and undercarriage. That's a 0-hour maintenance package. Replacement of a pad foot trailer. More more 3/4 ton and 1 tons. Continuing on, some more gravel trailers for replacement as well. The ASB has a 3-ton spray truck, as well as quad spray bikes, a roadside mower, and then the sidearm mower as well.
So just, thank you, just out of curiosity, this skid steer trade-in, is it the same basic idea as the, what do you call the other guy, the Enterprise? one?
Enterprise? Yes, completely.
So now that EvCon is kind of changed, will that make any difference, or is it with the actual Bobcat company?
There's, with any of these programs, I would hedge to say there's always a potential that they might not continue on essentially with some of their cycling programs. In other cases, there's some dealers that actually come and say, hey, we're starting one, we need to have some used equipment kind of in this range. We were approached by John Deere or Brand Tractor, or Western Tractor, about, you know, whether we were interested essentially in doing a similar program with them and cycling tractors on an annual basis. So, because the demand is there and we're a continual purchaser.
And I think it's largely seen in the marketplace that municipally owned equipment is favorable to purchase too. So for EvCon and, you know, Ritchie Bros for that matter, or Team or whoever's selling it, there is usually a premium on stuff that if they can trace it to a municipality, that is a favorable purchase because it has been maintained and it is usually it's had a good life compared to who knows where it came from.
Yeah, very, very much well said. Thank you. Does that answer your question to an extent?
I don't know, I just kind of more curious, and you did answer it, whether or not it was actually through Bobcat or whether it was through EvCon. I wasn't quite sure.
They offer all kinds of different equipment programs. I've seen an evolution. I mean, a while back, they weren't really looking at these 1-year cycle programs. Some guys were looking at 3-year cycle programs and giving you relatively decent pricing based on that. It's very variable. So some of this could change, very well change. Yeah. Chinook Equipment Group.
Our mower tractors, first of all, the horsepower is not, I don't think that's as realistic, but we'll stay out of that. Your John Deere cycle program, it looks like if you're on a 5-year rotation on tractor, we're at about 50,000 a year. Were they bidding anywhere remotely close to that on a 1-year cycle program?
They approached us on a portion of that, but the cost I think was quite a bit more than I had essentially calculated out as our cost of capital per year. So
Okay.
at that point, no. But I mean, it's a question of sometimes how hungry are they, and I always go back to them and say, "What do you got?
Yeah.
What's the deal for 2023 or 2024?" Because they will always. It's the same as equipment manufacturers. I've seen this variability from the Cats. Cat being a very large equipment manufacturer, they tend to kind of set a higher market price based on some of their overall R&D and stuff like that. And then every once in a while, a year will come around and they'll just drop the price on that thing like crazy. So there's a lot of variability. I think in used equipment, new equipment, there is always you need to be conscious of where it's trending all the time. As I see, there's an auction in Lethbridge today. So, okay, just touching on 2027. That was where the larger construction grader is essentially allotted for, and that's the larger price tag on that. We have replacement of a backhoe, which will be cycling out one of the 2 existing ones we have, as well as a construction tractor, highway tractor for our gravel program. Continuing on with the cycling of 3/4 ton and 1 ton trucks, work trucks, public works disc trailer, replacement of the survey equipment that we have right now, another replacement of an ag service board tractor. I will always be looking at the horsepower. That's one of my first questions I always ask. So we'll see where that essentially trends. We're not trying to create something that's too overdone. I'm not gonna be like the guy on Clarkson Farms and buy myself or recommend we're buying a Lambo or something like that. More replacement of ASB sidearms and roadside mowers, as well as we've got some grass drills targeted for 2027. So this is always, with every capital budget, we are keeping an eye on what our cost of equipment is on any given year, and we're evaluating prices, but we're trying to basically create a long-term picture. Now, we propose a 5-year capital plan all the time. We actually work off of more of a 10-year capital plan schedule that we essentially forecast out, because we're trying to keep track of and keep that steady cost, essentially, as far as the cost of equipment long-term.
Thank you. Could you answer me, what is a disc trailer? What is that?
It's the same thing as just like for tilling. It's like a farm disc. It's the exact same thing, except for it's just for construction. It's a trailer unit that we. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you think it was for disc golf?
It's for our construction program. And that is the 5-year capital for fleet.
Thanks, Jeremy. Any questions on that?
Yeah, I was just gonna suggest we take a break, then Devin can bring up the GIS while we're on break.
Why don't we take a 10, 15-minute break and we'll come back at 10:30?
Thank you.
You're ready, Jeremy. New Jeremy, sorry. Okay. Thank you. So we have our infrastructure manager, Devin Teely, here. Devin, Jen, I will throw to you.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chairman and Council. I'm here to present the Infrastructure Services capital budget. So on page 33 of your agenda package, you'll see just a summary of the 23 through 27 budget. In 23, we have expected revenues of 8.12 million and matching exactly the expenditures, which is 8.12. You'll notice in 23 and 24, the projects are a little bit higher than in 25 through 27. There's a couple big ticket items in 23 and 24, which I'll get to. And typically, I like to leave the last 2 or 3 years a little bit lighter as projects do typically come up. So leaving a little bit of room in there for those types of projects. So with that, I'll move on to the first one, which is the South Park Lake Road Overlay Project, and I'll bring it up on GIS. So everybody's aware of the location of the project. So right here, you can kind of see is Park Lake. If I zoom in into this location, it loads. Basically what we're doing is an overlay of 6.4 kilometers. If you can see my hand, it starts at Highway 25 at this intersection, goes up to Township Road 10-0, heading west around the speed curve, and up to this intersection of Township Road 10-2. And like I said, the intent of that project is to do an overlay. This will eliminate the permanent road ban that's currently in place. When we did a mill and inlay back in 2016, we didn't have the funds at the time to do a full depth overlay. So we kind of did an in-between to preserve the base, and now we're coming back to do the overlay and finish this project off. This project may be eligible for LMI, which is Local Municipal Initiative Funding. It's a pot of money that the government puts aside. There's $3 million in it. There's not a lot of money, but not a lot of people apply for it. So we are going to apply for this project. We're hoping to get 75% funding, but even if we can get 50% out of that, that would be great. So we may be able to save out of our reserve about $900,000 on this project. Yep.
Yeah, it's just a question to wondering, since we have Park Lake down there, it's a provincial park, and I wonder if we ever approach the province, it should be all of them, because it comes off the main Highway 25 to the provincial park, and, well, basically, if it wasn't for the park down there, we maybe would have kept it in to gravel or just an oil road, but they ever have been approached, or?
Well, the LMI funding is actually specific. It actually states specifically for park access roads are eligible. So that's this I think project has a pretty good chance of getting funding based on that. And what I learned through this, we did some preliminary engineering on it. Park Lake was the first provincial park in Alberta. I didn't know that. It was the first one. So.
Sorry. Is 75% the maximum amount of funding that's available?
It is, yeah. Okay. And like I said, there's only a $3 million pot, so that would take up a vast majority of it. So the application is into Alberta Transportation. I'm going to call them in January and try and see, okay, how you guys feel about this application. Are we asking too much? And if they say, 75% is going to take too much of our funding away, I'll say, what about 50? Will you cover 50% of the project? Try and get some funding out of them.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's going to be all the way from the 25 to the 519? Just to clarify that?
It'll be from 25 to Park Lake Road, but currently, from where my hand is right here on the screen at the north end of Park Lake,
Yeah.
it's permanently banned all the way down to 25.
No, because the worst part is actually north of Park Lake going to the 519.
Yeah, in terms
is
of
an overlay-
rideability, yeah.
Is an overlay enough on that one, or does more work have to be done?
That one was that was a full reconstruction, and that was done about 10 years ago. That was done in 2013, But I know what you mean about the rideability. There's dips and stuff like that on that road
Yeah.
that are, well, I think after a couple years, those started to come through, and I'm not sure why, but this project does not include that northerly portion. Okay, I can go to the next project in 2023. This is, I was referring to earlier, this is one of our more big ticket items. This is the Rave Industrial Park infrastructure upgrades. This is the second and final phase of this project. I'll just zoom in so I can give you a description of what we're doing. Just some background. Since I came to the county, I've been trying to upgrade our transportation networks within our industrial parks. I've upgraded Stewart Siding, I've upgraded Duncan, we've done some work in Broxburn, and now Rave is kind of the last one that is in need of some upgrades. So back in, I believe it was about 2017, this black line here on 9th and 44th is where we've upgraded it to an urban standard. There's curb and gutter, there's it's asphalt out there, underground storm. So basically what we would do with this project is continue this standard all the way throughout the industrial park, full curb and gutter, underground storm system, loop the water line, loop the sanitary system, and deal with the stormwater problems that we have in that industrial park. I'm sure Jeremy can attest to the amount of work that goes into this industrial park during wet springs. The drainage is very poor, so this will rectify all those issues. Oh yes, thank you, Jen. The manager of finance and administration reminded me to talk about funding. So this one has a proposed cost of $3.6 million, $2 million from the federal gas tax fund, $540,000 from MSI, and $1.06 million from the Public Works Project Reserve. Next, we'll go to Range Road 21-1, otherwise known as the McNally Road, and we are proposing to do 1.7 kilometers, which is about a mile, of reconstruction, and I will get to it right here. So it's essentially from the Stewart Siding subdivision down to Township Road 8-2, and that's the intersection where the McNally Community Hall currently sits. This road is definitely past its life cycle. There are many acreages along this road that travel along there, and due to its age, the proximity to the acreages, the McNally Community Center and Stewart Siding, we're proposing to rebuild this road to a paved standard. The budget request is $2.16 million, and that's all out of the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So actually the worst part of the road though is McNally South to 508. Have you got any future plans for that, or?
Yeah, it is coming up in here. We have proposed, here it is, in 2026 to cement stabilize that portion of road. So Range Road 21-1, cement stabilization and double chip seal in 2026. We're proposing to do from Township Road 8-2 down to Highway 508. Still monitoring the South Iron Springs Road to see how that holds up, but if it's looking pretty good so far, so we're proposing to do that portion.
So just to follow up to that, are you better off to tear that up before you cement stabilize it? Like, cause there's a couple of spots there, especially where the drain ditches are. They're just, and where that guy turns into his feedlot, that's just terrible.
Yeah, so what we would do is we would have a consultant do a drilling program out there. They would drill on the road, look at the layers of soil, see where those bad spots are, and before we just go and cement stabilize the whole road without looking at what's underneath, we kind of do those spot repairs and make sure that the subgrade is good, and then stabilize.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last one for 2023 is the Lethbridge County / Coaldale Regional Water Supply Study. You'll see in the council meeting for Thursday an agenda item pertaining to this, but what this is essentially is partnering with the town of Coaldale to further study the feasibility of expanding the water system in and around Coaldale to better serve the region. So this goes back to the request we had on the east end of the county for additional water supply, and finding that our system couldn't provide that amount of water. So this Alberta Community Partnership grant that we would partner with Coaldale on is 100% covered. There's no other, no tax implications or MSI funding it. It's 100% covered, and we would work with Coaldale on coming up with some options to better serve that easterly portion of the county. I do have an alternative in here. There's a very good chance we're going to get this funding, but as this is an important project that we have to move forward with anyway, if we don't get that funding, I want to have some backup funding to make sure we can move this forward, because they don't actually let us know until April, I believe, if we have these funds, and I want to get going in January. So I'd like to start this project in January. The $25,000 would be half of what the project would cost if we don't get the funding, because Coaldale would put the other $25,000 in there. We'd have to have a $50,000 project to do some modeling and conceptual design for a water system in and around Coaldale. And then from that study, I would then come back to council for additional funding to progress further. This Alberta Community Partnership grant would get us that feasibility study and some preliminary design as well. So that's why I want to chase that $200,000 and get some of the engineering done sooner than later. Is there any questions on that one? No? Okay. The next couple bridge files. So I'll just bring up the bridge file layer here. So the first is 79598. This is located on the Brown and Howe Road, and I'm sure a few of you are familiar with this bridge file. 79598 right here. So it's at the intersection of the Brown and Howe Road. And if I zoom right in, you can see it's very close to this intersection here. We have been finding over the years that there's been some scouring along the east wing wall, but it's really at the end of its useful life, and we would like to replace that with CSP pipes. And our budget request is $300,000 from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve for that project. And then the next one is a pretty small project. It's 70758 repairs. And while I'm trying to find it on the map here, I'll just give you a bit of a background. This bridge file currently has 2 culverts. And what I believe happened is there was originally only 1 culvert in place. They put a second culvert in and left the original culvert. That original culvert is very deteriorated. It's rusted completely out, and it's actually not required. At the time, they just didn't pull it out for whatever reason, and it's bringing the rating of both culverts down. So what we'd like to do is simply grout that abandoned culvert and rely on the actual bridge file, the new bridge file that's in place there. So that's a $30,000 budget request, again, from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve. And I believe that's this bridge right here.
Eric?
Yeah, can you zoom in on that a little bit?
Sure.
I think that's the one that goes in Northfield. That's right. Yes, it is. Now, if you're grouting out the bigger one, it's about 3 feet higher than the lower one. If you're leaving the lower one, it's a pretty little one, and there's times where it will back that coulee up in the spring pretty good. So something to consider when you're looking at it or working on it.
Okay. Has it, from your experience, ever overtopped the road? Or has it just backed up in the coulee and slowly released?
It's just backed up, but that's, the culvert's 20 feet lower than the roadway.
Okay.
So there's many millions of gallons behind it when that does happen.
A lot of head pressure pushing
Yeah.
it through. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So that,
Second question, sorry, I didn't have this on. Your regional water supply study, if we can go back to that for a moment, is, as we're looking at water regionally with Agri-Food Corridor, the other groups that are working on this, is there going to be some degree of collaboration between all the other work that is going on, or is this specifically just to get a ample supply to the east side of Coaldale?
it's mainly is to get that supply east of Coaldale, but looking broader than that as well, seeing what future demands could be in that area and sizing the pipe accordingly so we don't limit ourselves in the future with with a water line that we can't push any more water through because we didn't size it properly now. So yes, I would be looking at not only today's requirements and requested requirements, potentially in the future along that corridor.
And to answer your question, Councillor Van Essen, too, this piece is one piece of our overall water strategy that we're working on, and hopefully we'll have to council early January, so.
Thank you. So then this study, what's the estimated time to complete that? And how would that fit in with the request you've had for water on the easterly portion from that one group? Like, what's the schedule like? Or how does that
So
work?
what I would anticipate is probably by the end of the first quarter in 2023, we would have this study completed, which would lead to further detailed design, depending on the route council likes to go. But what I can see happening is getting all the design work done next year and potentially construction for 2024, which would align with the 2025 target is what we're currently looking at.
What would that all include? Which area? Is that, you're also talking about including the extra water that has to go to McCain?
Correct. That's
Okay.
the intent of this study, yeah. And to look at Coaldale's system as well. It's both of ours, yeah. You bet. Yeah. Okay, I will move on to 2024. So the first one up is the second big ticket item I was referring to before, and that's Shaughnessy Infrastructure Upgrades Phase 4. We've been slowly chipping away at Shaughnessy over the years, as the infrastructure is quite old and needs to be replaced. So this project would basically be replacing the infrastructure along First, this entire length. That's from the water line to the sewer to the service connections to stormwater, sidewalks, roads, everything. It also includes the construction of some surcharge ponds in this lot right here where my hand is, and this lot right here. It includes some work on Logan Street right here, as some CCTV footage showed that there's actually a sag in the sanitary line and it's not in the greatest condition. Led to some backup, so we would replace that along with the surface works. A little bit of work on 3rd Avenue here. We discovered during the last phase that what we thought was a 6-inch line turned out to be a 4-inch line. We couldn't actually install a hydrant out there to meet standards for hydrant spacing. So we would do some work on that street. And then as well, we would replace some of the structures at the lagoon. And that budget request is 5.33 million with 2.5 million from MSI, about 1.8 from FGTF, 700 from the Public Works Project Reserve, and 320,000 from the Utility Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A project like this, would that all be contracted out, or would we be trying to target some of it in-house?
The intent is to contract it all out. Yeah.
Thank you. So, judging on your funding request, is it based on what percentage you figure each cost, like the utility versus the public works? Like, I'm wondering why you're not taking maybe a little more out of utilities rather than public works.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, so the utility reserve portion pertains to the underground works. And then the remainder, the surface works, would be covered through the other 3 grants. So what we've tried to do is, in my capital projects, any underground utility works, we fund through that utility reserve because there's a capital replacement charge on those fees. And then the surface works comes usually through grants, or if grant funds aren't enough to cover it, through the Public Works Project Reserve. Okay, if there's no further questions on that, I'll move to the next project, which is the Westview Road reconstruction. And that is just off Highway 3, if you're familiar with where the Bogdan Dog Kennels are, where that turnoff is. The project would essentially start at the highway intersection, go north of this little T, head west towards a school. And this is a reconstruction of that roadway. We did travel that roadway on the council road tour, and I think I saw more crack sealing on the road than actual asphalt surface, so it is definitely beyond its life cycle. The good thing about that road being an ex-transportation road, it's a high-grade road, there's a good base there, so that does limit some of the grading work that may be required on other projects. The budget request for that one is 2.59 million, again, from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we want to discuss if should it be part of this budget to address the rest of that road all the way up until it hits the Highway 519?
I guess the intent with those was to bring them back to council on a case-by-case basis, kind of like I did with the CP Railroad.
Did we have a timeline set out for that?
Not yet, no.
Okay,
Nothing
okay.
definitive right now.
Might as well open the discussion now.
We can talk about it if you would like to. I actually have the assessment on my computer.
Yeah, it's just because council hasn't gotten the case study for this one, correct?
I don't recall, sorry.
And what we'll do is we'll make sure that you get a copy of the background and the business case for that one, so that when we get to the nitty-gritty of the budget, then you can see that. That would be helpful.
Perfect, thanks, Jen.
Okay.
Okay, the next project is bridge file replacement 79599 and 79600. Pull those up. Where's my bridges layer? And these two bridges are along Township Road 10-2, just west of Highway 845. They are both at the end of their life cycle, and because they are immediately adjacent to each other, we're going to combine these into one contract. The budget request is $700,000 from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, and those two likely would be replaced with culverts. Yeah, I'll just zoom out a bit here. Go a little bit further. So just off the 845, a mile west of 845, north of Coaldale. This is Coaldale right here. Yeah, that's the power line road. Yeah. Yeah. They're really close together. We may have changed a girder. Could very well be. Yeah, I know we've done that in the past. Okay, and then that is it for 2024. Starting with 2025 is Fairview Lift Station and Waterline Replacement. So this one came up through our asset management system, the lift station, and then Jeremy got a surprise phone call that there was a water line break that we didn't know. We actually had the water line there. We didn't have the information in our system. This water line runs basically on the westerly edge of Fairview and kind of comes up where my hand is here. The break happened, they repaired it, but they found that it was an old cast iron water line that needs to be replaced. So I am having an assessment completed as we speak, in fact, on the lift station to make sure that we're replacing only the components we need. This project is for an entire replacement, but I'm hoping that we can still reuse some of the components in that lift station and bring this budget down a little bit, or the actual cost down a little bit. But for now, we are planning a full replacement of the lift station and that replacement of the water line with a budget request of 1.19 million, solely funded out of the utility reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So is that the actual water line, the black line all the way?
No, sorry, the black line is a boundary layer, so the county-city boundary layer. Yeah, I don't believe I have that.
No, that's okay. I just thought, I just wondered why I have all those little jogs in it.
Oh, here it is. This line right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay, and then the next one is Mountain Meadows, St. Marie Estates, and Park Lake Estates microsurfacing. So I'll zoom into Mountain Meadows as an example. Basically what microsurfacing is, when you have a roadway that sees a lot of light traffic, doesn't see heavy traffic, but it's aging, it's deteriorating, it's oxidizing, and you kind of get that almost exposed aggregate look to it. When it gets to that point, water can saturate through that asphalt and start to deteriorate the base. What this microsurfacing does, it's almost like they place a slurry seal over top the entire surface. They seal it all up, and it's good for at least another 10 to 15 years. It's good for these light residential subdivisions because it doesn't actually give any structure to the road, but it seals it up and protects that road for many years to come. So we are looking at doing that, like I say, in Mountain Meadows, which I have on the screen, St. Marie Estates, and Park Lake Estates, with a budget request of $750,000 through MSI.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that like chip sealing, or is that different than chip sealing?
It's a little bit different. Chip sealing they actually put down crushed rock on the road, and that does provide a little bit of structure. This is really, really fine aggregate, almost like sand, but not as fine, mixed with oil, and it fills in all the little grooves and stuff like that. It gives you a nice smooth surface, seals it all up. It looks like brand new asphalt, but the intent is really to seal that surface up, fill in all those little dips and stuff like that, and have a nice smooth surface where no water can penetrate through.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Park Lake Estates, that's the subdivision west of Park Lake?
Yes.
I was under the impression that's just a gravel surface. Is it more than that?
Let's just zoom into there. It's a gravel surface going by, but it is a paved surface, this little bulb within the subdivision. Okay, I will go to the next one, which is bridge file 79834. This one is located on Township Road 94, and again is at the end of its life cycle. The budget request is $300,000 through the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, and I should have mentioned earlier, on all of these bridge projects, we will apply for STIP funding. We haven't been successful in the past couple years, and in fact, AT is basically telling us if your bridge is not rated less than 44.4, don't even submit. So they're really looking at poor bridges only to replace. We are doing quite well in our bridges. We are catching up. There's still a lot of work to be done, but there's a lot of other municipalities with a lot worse bridges that they're targeting. So, like I said, $300,000 for that one out of the Bridges and Paved Road Reserve.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is this going to be a culvert also?
Yeah, probably about 95% of the bridges I bring to you will be culverts. Yeah.
What is the lifespan on a culvert compared to, well, first of all, it's way cheaper to replace.
Yeah.
And second of all, the lifespan is longer too than a bridge, or?
We can, yeah, a standard bridge, like a concrete box culvert, will last longer than a CSP, but the cost is quite a bit more, sometimes double. So whenever we have a consultant look at these bridge files, we get them to look at options. Show me a CSP option, show me a polymer coated CSP, show me a box culvert, do the life cycle analysis, and we figure out which one has the cheapest cost per year, and we go with that option. So depending on the situation, it may change what goes in the ground. But generally, we're going with culverts because they prove to have the cheapest cost per year over the life cycle. Okay, and that's it for 2024. I'll move on to 2025. And the first one up is Township Road 92 Overlay, otherwise known as the Walmart Express, for some counselors who have been here a while. This road extends from 43rd Street to the Broxburn Road, and this is basically a preventative measure. We're going to do an overlay to make sure that we preserve the base and give the road another 20-25 years of life. The budget request is $2.070 million, with $1.070 from MSI and $1 million from the Bridges and Paved Road Reserve.
Isn't this the one we worked on a little bit ago with the extra overlay on and everything, that they didn't have to go with a certain percentage of the road?
I haven't done an overlay on this. We did a bridge file replacement on it, and they did a bit of work coming up to the bridge file, but I haven't done any work since then. Oh, yeah, the Broxburn Road. Yeah, we did just finish that up. Yep. Okay, and then the next one, which I alluded to before, this is the McNally Road cement stabilization from Township Road 82 down to Highway 508. The road it's in fair condition, but it's approaching that poor condition. It's had extensive maintenance over the years and it's at the end of its life cycle. So the budget request for this one is 1.43 million with 800 from MSI, 630 through the FGTF grant. And the length is, as you can see, 2 miles or 3.2 kilometers. And this would complete basically that link from the Stewart Siding subdivision down to Highway 508. Okay, and then the next one is bridge file 79597, located on 20-5 north of 10-2. So I'll just bring that up here. Why can't I see that? There it is. So this bridge file in 2026 will be at the end of its life cycle. Probably going to put in twin CSPs there, but it could be a large single diameter pipe just depending on the height of fill. And the budget request for that one is $350,000, again out of the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you take a moment and these bridges, can you explain when they're no longer passable and percentages and how that goes when they're end of life cycle? Is that what does that actually mean versus, like, I don't know the last time I heard of someone falling through a bridge.
Mm-hmm.
And where are we in that scope?
So basically what we're trying to do is prevent the bridge failing, obviously, if someone drives over it. We do conduct regular inspections on all of our bridges. We're mandated by the province to have them inspected on I believe it's a 52-week cycle. So we are keeping up in that regard. And when I say end of life, it's getting to the point where the risk is getting too high leaving it in place because there could be a failure on that bridge, which could result in accident or injury or something like that. And if that bridge fails suddenly, it takes quite a bit of time to replace it because we don't have a contractor or anything on board or engineering completed, so that road could be closed for a year's time. So we want to get to it before we get to that point. The biggest really risk is obviously liability if someone passes over the bridges and it fails. And this one, for example, it's a dead-end road. If that bridge fails and we don't have a plan in place to replace it, it could be a year before we can replace that bridge.
You had also mentioned something about the STEP funding doesn't kick in until a certain percentage. Could you explain that, where our average is? Or you said we're catching up?
I don't know the average rating off the top of my head. I do know in previous bridge files I brought forward, there has been some in that high 30 to mid 30 range. The lowest one we have right now is 44.40, and actually AT's threshold is 44.44. So I said, submit it. We'll probably get rejected, but we're going to submit it anyway just to show them that we need funding for these bridges. But sorry, I don't know an average rating off the top of my head.
And that 44, that number, that is a measure of what?
Out of 100, basically. So,
But I think, just can you kind of explain how it's measured? Like,
I guess a 44 rating, I'd have to ask Cole, but I believe a 44 has something like 3 to 5 years left of serviceability before it needs to be replaced. When you get down to a 33, it's pretty much replace it now or within the next 6 months to a year kind of thing.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You mentioned that all of our bridges need to be inspected basically on an annual basis. Is that true if you convert them over to culverts, or is?
Yes.
So the culverts still have to be inspected?
Correct. A bridge file, just because it doesn't look like your standard bridge, a culvert over a diameter of 1.5 meters is considered a bridge because of the span, because you're supporting a load on top of it with the with vehicle traffic and the roadway itself. It's considered a bridge structure.
To follow up on that, is it easier or less expensive to inspect the culvert versus a bridge?
Yes,
Okay.
very much.
So there's a significant cost savings on an ongoing basis then by converting these to
Yep,
culverts?
absolutely.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at some point in time, could we sit down and have a discussion about the number of bridges versus the number of roads and how we could kind of eliminate some of these bridges? Because we have certain spots where there's 3 and 4 bridges in a mile, and how that relates to irrigation districts and the plan to pipeline and a lot of things like that. So could we kind of have some futuristic time to discuss that? Thank you.
I'm going to answer that one. I remember March 5th, 2020, before all heck broke loose. We did an exercise like that when we did a strategic planning session, but I do agree, you're right. It's probably time to do it again. One other thing I did want the newer councillors to know is that we have entered into framework agreement with the 2 irrigators so that we work continually on our 5-year capital projects. So if there's any kind of capital projects or collaboration that we can do to minimize bridge, and then if they're changing anything to pipeline, we're always looking at that with those 2 groups to see if there's cost savings for both. But I do agree it's timely for us to do that exercise again, Councillor Hickey.
Devin, you mentioned that we're in a better spot than we were in the past with bridges. We have been attempting to do 2 a year on average, 1 a year. As we look forward here, do you foresee us getting quote unquote caught up? Is that possible, or just given the number of bridges, is it going to be an ongoing thing where we see at least a file every year? You know, obviously, I know there's more to it than that, but just kind of speculating.
Yeah, I think with the number of bridge files that we have, we're at 154 right now, so we are slowly declining because of pipelines going in, but because of the amount of bridges, you know, in the near future, definitely you're going to see at least 1 to 2 a year still continue to come forward. Where that ends up in 30 years, I don't know. I haven't projected out that far. But I just know in previous years, we were doing 1 bridge every 2 years because funding just wasn't there. When I first started, that was my previous supervisor's comment. We do half a bridge a year is what he joked. And now we're doing 1 to 2 a year. So that's just that alone is 4 times what we were doing before. So we're catching up in that regard. But like I said, just based on the number of bridges we have, we're not going to see an end to bridge files coming forward for replacement. You know, probably every 1 or 2 years. I would think, at least in the future.
Thank you. Klaus?
Follow up on that question. The majority of those bridges are all built in the late 50s, 60s. So at a certain time, we're gonna have a gap that we don't have to do anything.
Yeah, there could very well be. Yeah. Yeah, there could be a
Probably-
5-year gap.
Probably not in our lifetime, though.
I don't want to answer that. Yeah, I'm not going down that road.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I was just gonna say that, I mean, if we're doing 2 a year, simple math is we've got 75 years worth of bridge construction. So, I mean, in 75 years, I'm sure some of the culverts that we're replacing today will have been well past their life expectancy. So it's just gonna be an ongoing thing.
Mhm. Okay, I will move on to 2027. So the first project in 27 is Range Road 21-1, otherwise known as the Howe Road Overlay. That's 4.4 kilometers. This road extends from Highway 512 to Highway 4. It is starting to show signs of distress through oxidation and cracking, and we're projecting in 2027 we'll need to complete an overlay to preserve the base from further deterioration. If you can see on the screen right here, Here's the 512, it starts there, comes all the way down to Highway 4. And the budget request for this is 1.45 million, with $1 million from MSI and 450 from FGTF.
Mr. Chair, just on those budget numbers, when you request 1.45 and you have these two different fundings, that's not on top of, that's, it's essentially fully funded by MSI and FGTF, whatever.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Gas tax, that's how I say it.
So yeah, and these, I mean, you guys have all heard about the not FGTF, LGFF replacing MSI, and the federal gas tax fund is gonna be replaced by, what was it?
CBB
CC,
or CCB?
Canadian
Building.
Building Fund, or something, yeah. They like to change these names of these funding sources and rebrand them for some reason, but anyway, they like to confuse us, yeah.
Canadian Community Building Fund.
Thank you, Jen,
CCB.
yes, there we go.
Took me a minute.
Yeah. The next project we have is Range Road 20-5 overlay, or you could call it the Vista Meadows Access Road. That's 1 kilometer, extends from the highway down to about the quarter line right there. Like I said, this is an overlay project. We'll see in 2027 if that's still the case, but I believe we can get away with an overlay here. And I've got a budget request of 530,000, again, from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve.
Lauren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is that road not cold mix?
I think it's a bit of a combination of both.
Oh.
And what I've done in the past is I've taken a cold mix road, and it's actually the one that goes by Green Prairie. And I had Tall Strip pulverize the existing cold mix, pack it, shape it, and do an overlay on top. So I was thinking maybe I can do something similar on this road. And then the next one, sorry, is there any more questions on that project? The next one is Range Road 20-5. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing this right, Feefield subdivision.
We all had a laugh about this because we were like, where?
Asset Management pointed it out to me, so. Uh-oh, how do you say it? Fifield, thank you very much. Hopefully they're not watching. So this is an overlay of 1.8 kilometers of paved road, and again, to preserve the existing base before further deterioration occurs. And the budget request is 810,000 from the Bridges and Paved Roads Reserve, and that'll extend again from the highway to highway, basically. Wow, I feel like I flew through that. No questions?
I was just gonna add, Mr. Chairman, that question on the grants. All of the funding that we put in, we based on current year all the way through. We didn't inflate any of that funding, so hopefully there's more funding in the future, which is another reason why when Devin's looking out 5 years, those projects kind of get fewer than in the known year or current year. So we'll see what the future holds and what that Canadian Community Fund looks like.
Thanks, Jen. One thing I forgot to mention off the start, we do have some items for consideration on page 56. These are items that have been discussed during some regular council meetings. So we're bringing them back just for council's consideration. The first one being Township Road 92 or the Stafford Lake Road upgrades. That's 2 kilometers long. So I've got a couple options here. We could potentially cement stabilize that segment of road or pave it. The cement stabilization would be about $920,000 and pavement would be about 1.76 million, and that would go all the way from 512 to the end of the road. And this is, like I say, it's not included in the budget yet. This is just for council's consideration and to debate upon.
Yep.
Sure.
I've got two there, 22.
If you guys want to, I mean, we could also discount it, yeah.
So you want that as a, for the discussion?
question on, and maybe it's a little more relevant now than it has been in the past, but to do a project in perspective with inflation. So if we're doing bridge files in the culvert, and it does sound like that is our ideal solution, but when they first put these bridges up, they might have only been a $60,000 bridge, and said, it's good for 50 years, we'll let them worry about it then, and they're now a full bridge. Is that 500,000 if you did a full one or
A
something?
standard bridge, probably around there, yeah.
Yeah, and so some of these projects, sometimes we might be better off going with the good or the better option for down the road, because else when it comes time to replace it, it's that inflated cost once again. And some of them might be cheaper to, put the better in rather than the cheapest up front. And inflation will will help us out to justify it.
Yeah, and as I mentioned, one thing that I always do with these is have them look at the life cycle analysis on all those options of bridges, so we ensure we're getting the cheapest per year option out of those bridge files. Now, concrete and steel, what is inflation gonna hit more? I don't know, maybe it'll hit steel more than concrete in 20, 30, 40 years.
Yeah, and that's probably not so much what it is. It's more that if we can get an extra 10 years and it's only 3,000 a year extra to have those 10 years, it helps future council that they have that extra so many years. So, not really sure how to exactly quantify it, but it's something that could play into the decisions.
Okay, and just the other one that I had on for consideration, and we can add it to the parking lot as well, is the CP Railroad. Again, we did pass by that on the council road tour, but I'll just zoom into it here for council. It is this segment of road right here that comes off 9-4, otherwise known as the Kip Road, and ends at about the CP rail entrance. Cement stabilization for that would be about 590,000, and pavement would be 1.26 million. But we can add that to the parking lot
You
if,
want to have that as a discussion about
so,
Range Road 22.5?
yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By adding that to the parking lot, are we talking about, if we had a desire to add those into further budgets, you're gonna give us what the implication would be?
Yeah, the intent is at the end of the capital presentations, we can come back to these few capital parking lot items and have those discussions about where council wants to go with it. Devin and I have already put together a funding spreadsheet, so we know based on what is already in the budget, if council's satisfied with what's there, what would be impacted by that.
Okay, so that concludes the infrastructure capital budget. We can move on to finance and administration, which starts on. Sure, yeah.
Zoom in.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Devin.
All right, thank you, council. So I'll get on to finance and admin capital budget. We've got one project plan for the next 5 years, which is in 2025, and this is the,
What page are we on?
oh, sorry, 42.
Thank you. 142?
42.
Well, we're not that far along yet.
So basically, this project is to replace the roof in and around the area where the air conditioning units are. And if you can see on the screen, this kind of lighter gray area, basically anywhere where you don't see this pitched roof and panels, it's a flat top roof in there. And this entire flat top roof is in need of replacement. The wood underneath is completely saturated, and it's a matter of time before we have leaking up on the second floor. So this project does require quite a bit of work, as there are 15 air conditioner units on the roof that have to be craned down, disconnected from all the plumbing, replace the roof in there, replace the wood structure, the shingles, and put the air conditioning units back on and hook them back up. So what we're looking for a budget on that one is for $125,000, and that's out of the building reserve. Yeah.
Yeah, how does, yeah, how does this affect our upstairs tenants? Is it something that needs to be done in consideration with outdoor temperature?
Yep, definitely. We don't want to do this in July or August when we're getting 30, 35 degree weather, so ideally it's first thing in the spring. I'd be hesitant to do it in the fall because you could get an early winter, but I would want to tackle it first thing in the spring.
And I apologize because, I mean, this is sort of dwelling in my field of expertise. Like, that seems rather light for that size of roof and the extent of the work that's required there. Like, what type of roofing are you putting back on? Is it a mod bid, or are you putting on an EPDM, or?
I couldn't
Or do
answer
you know?
that, to be honest. I'd have to double check with Cole on that. And he did get some quotes. I believe one of the quotes he received was for just over $100,000. So we thought having a $25,000 contingency in case you uncover who knows what when they start digging in there
Right.
is good to have. But just based on kind of the quotes that Cole has received, we think that $125,000 should be sufficient for this project.
Okay.
Given that it's a few years out too, of course, obviously, we'd have to update that next year and the year after.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, and that's it for finance and administration, and that's it for me. Unless there's any questions. Thank you very much, council. We'll leave that up for Doug.
Oh, he doesn't need the GIS.
Yeah, he does.
He does?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Does he know her? I hope you know your way around it. Okay, I'll leave it to you, because I wouldn't even know how to get around on it.
I don't actually use this.
So
There
if
you
you
go.
just
Works
scroll
like
a
a charm.
couple pages, you should get into the IT budget.
Come on. Do zoom in back. Devin, is there an images that you?
If you zoom in, you have to zoom in for the image to pop up. It's locked at the scale.
I provide these services. I don't actually use them myself. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of council. I'd like to present the capital budget for information technology. Starting on, the summary page is starting on page 44. There it is. Again, in the summary page, this projects the 5-year planned capital budget for IT. In 2023, you can see there are 3 projects scheduled, one for 2024, a few for 25, one for 26, and 3 more again
The same 3 and 23 will be going on to 27. For next year, for 2023,
Doug, before you get going, just for the benefit of council, could you maybe just give a quick refresher on, I guess, how IT is funded through the other departments, I guess? Just maybe give a quick overview of that.
IT is similar to fleet, where it is self-sustaining, funded through reserves year after year to keep the projects going. Do you have more?
Yeah, so each year, we review the inventory, Doug's inventory, and what his operational costs are. And then those costs and what each department has for inventory is charged a rate back to them, like fleet is. It's just not on a per equipment per hour. It's just on a total based on their inventory that they have. And then it's billed back. So IT will collect from each of the departments to help fund his operations, as well as put some money into reserves for future equipment replacement as well.
Thank you. For 2023, we have 3 different servers that we will be replacing. The first 2 are our 2 main office. They're $55,000 each. What makes these servers more money than you'll see than a GIS server? These 2 main servers are what I call the brains of the operation. They provide multifunctional services. There are multiple levels of security on them to help prevent against cybersecurity, cyber attacks. We read about that. I read about that virtually every day. Provides our email, our printing services. We have various programs on these servers that holds our digital files that we see up here. Our records management system. Licensing on these servers are very expensive as well, so that's mostly everything that's included with that. The GIS server is also scheduled to be replaced next year. That's on a 4-year replacement schedule as well.
Just maybe it's not I was going to say something different, but I'll just do my question. So that when these things are done, they're not good for anybody else anymore.
So I get asked this question too, because they're so expensive now, can they be repurposed down the road? And we do repurpose them in a secondary nature. And that is, what do we do with these machines? We can decommission them, send them away, but we do find a use for them within the organization to use.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of late, in the last few years, there seems to be the big hot button about cloud services and everybody wanting to move in that direction. Is that something that we as an organization look at or contemplate, or is there merit to that? Or, are we still in a situation where having it here provides us with the best amount of security?
Our servers here, we already do employ a cloud hybrid solution. We do have a number of applications that do use the cloud, including our new financial system. We have to be careful, again, it's obtaining the right balance. Some cloud services are very expensive, more than having it in-house. Some cloud services are very slow. They don't capture the same capabilities as they do in-house. So again, it's that balance. And of course, we move towards, obviously, the cloud when we can.
Just to follow up on that, are you able to speak to the security aspect of it in terms of is one more secure than the other?
I can't speak for all of the cloud services that are offered out there. Research has to be done beforehand. Of course, before we enter into a cloud agreement, we look at their cybersecurity rules, policies that they have in place. Again, for us as well, I keep adding additional layers of security to prevent against cybersecurity attacks. We have toolbox meetings where we educate everyone, what's new, what's upcoming, what changes can we do.
Doug, just an overall question. I know with, you know, with what Jeremy and Devin present, I think, I know for myself personally, I have a little more comfort with kind of, you know, where things are trending with inflation, and we talk about fuel and steel and things like that. With the things that you're dealing with, how does that trend? As, you know, things become more advanced, is there cost savings to be realized, or are we seeing the similar inflation pressures? Can you kind of give just a broad, I guess, stroke on that?
You're correct with the inflation pressures that we're seeing right now. With the COVID shutdown, similar to the other departments, certain resources were getting hard to obtain. Now the industry is finally catching up. The pricing has been high because of that. It's projected that it will be settling back down to pre-COVID again. Just different, we're just waiting for different resources. Even our key fobs that we swipe, security cards, because they have chips in them similar to the vehicle industry, we had to even wait for that, so. Moving on to 2024, we have the digital aerial orthographic update. That is done every 3 years. We partner with various municipalities, and recently the irrigation districts have partnered with us too. And what are these things? Devin has been showing it. It's the images that we see for the county. The airplane flies over the county every 3 years, and it's used by the various departments. It's an excellent resource in-house, and I know mostly everyone looks forward to the new set of photos that come out. The municipalities like to have this flown in either the spring or the fall where there's no coverage on the trees. Irrigation districts like to have this flown in the summer when the canals are at their high water mark. So there's always kind of a debate as to when these get flown. The danger of flying it late in August, as we know, we have to deal with the forest fire smoke that drifts into Alberta. So that's for 2024.
Can you explain the significance of it being flown versus just using satellite imagery?
It's more detailed than the satellite imagery such as Google Maps. I've been asked, why don't we get a drone to do it? It would be, at this point in time, it would be too cumbersome for a drone to do it. All of that imagery takes huge resources to process. Once it's flown, I believe it gets processed with the city of Calgary, and then they cut up the various boundaries for the municipalities, and they send it to us as a final product. Maybe 3 years down the road, the technology will be improved by then, and we can find a different source to do it. For 2025, we have our backup server replacement. This helps as part of our backup and recovery process. Heaven forbid, in case something happens, it's part of the process that also replicates it to the cloud as well. So we have our backup data here in this office. It's replicated in our public workshop in Picture Butte, and it's also replicated out to the cloud. In 2025, we have the GIS plotter replacement. I believe that's on a 5-year replacement schedule. It's basically the large size printer for doing maps such as that. that's on the wall there. Also for 2025 is replacement of the microphone system in the council chambers here. That's done on a 10-year replacement. For council will be replaced as well. Moving into 2026, our servers generate a lot of heat and we have to cool them down, so we have the server room air conditioning unit that gets replaced. And then the last year again, 2027, as that's 5 years down the road, again, the two main office servers will be replaced, and I believe, oh, here it is, we have to, and the GIS server as well. And I believe that wraps up the capital budget for IT. Thank you.
So if council would like, we could go back to these few items because they are capital related. I'll bring Devin back and we can get into some details there and also look at some discussion. I will also, before we do that, here's the market access network portion. So if you turn to page 50, basically you can see that each year we anticipate bringing in the 2.15 million for the market access network funds, which is the business tax levy, the cap levy, and the farmland tax levy transfer. From that, we pay the debt. We have $705,000 in debenture payments annually. That gets paid from that. And then the balance, the 1.44 million, goes back into the market access network reserves. And then below that, I've kind of indicated how Devon's infrastructure projects that are funded from the reserve, what the impact to that reserve is as the years move forward. So
Just make that a little bigger, Jen?
yep, absolutely. So that's on page 50 of everyone's. Maybe that's too big.
Just the bottom part where you're showing Devon's there, that.
Yeah, so I was trying to find a way to balance, not to balance, but to show this for council's benefit and the public's, that was maybe a little bit simpler than pulling it into infrastructure like it was previously. I think it was getting lost in there. And I know council has wanted to show it on its own. If council's satisfied with this, I think it does show, though, where the use is of the funds as well from year to year that are getting, and all of those costs are what we saw in Devon's proposed infrastructure capital project funding.
The 705,000 repayment, that's also included interest, right?
Yes, that's the total
And
debenture,
what is
principal,
the
and interest.
that we're paying right now?
Well, it's a little, on average, I think it was around 4%, but don't quote me, because we did 5 separate draws on that debt. So they were taken over different times. And so actually the payments even extend within that 30 years, depending on when the funds were drawn. So there was a larger lump sum initially, and then some smaller lump sums. But I could definitely pull that information and give you exactly what those payments are. But I believe at the time we were around 3 to 4%, depending on when it was drawn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure if you misspoke on that or if I had the wrong understanding. I thought this was going to be paid for in 10 years.
The debenture, no.
No?
It was initially a 30-year debt payment.
Okay.
Jen, on page 128, you put in there the chart in there for debt limits, and it has the base visualization draws.
There we go. Thank you. Okay, so I'm between 2 and 3.3, I guess is the highest there. 3.367. Yeah, draw 5 was the lowest amount. So you can see that on the far left there are the amounts that were drawn in each of those periods to equal the 13 million in total debt. And then so 2049 is when our last debt payment will be made, which is the smaller of about 22,000 for the full year. And these payments, each of these payments come out for the base stabilized rate portion on a biannual basis.
Thanks.
Are those interest rates fixed for the term of the loan?
Yes, they are. There is always the option to pay debentures out, but there's large penalty attached to that. Like with any loan, when you pay out early, there's an interest penalty related to that. Oh, do you want me to go back to that?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this, what do you call it again? But anyways, did every one of them, they gotta pay up by the end of July, right?
They vary depending on when the debt is drawn. So,
No, I mean
oh, pardon me, the business tax?
Yeah.
Yeah, so payments are due July 31st.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
was it up to snuff?
Yeah, our collections for business tax, I must say, are quite high. We're up in the high 90s when it comes to business tax. We had a couple, I believe it was 3 accounts that had fallen a few years behind. I followed up with them. 2 entered into payment agreements with the county. 1 has paid off all of their outstanding balances to date. The other one is still making payments, and the other one paid their balance in full. So I've even collected on most of the arrears with the exception of that payment plan that's still happening.
I'm not sure what the rest of the council, but I do appreciate the graph there on this page, Jen, on 50 there, or the graph, the chart, I guess, because I think that is, like you said, I think council has been pretty clear that, you know, the collection of those funds and then the use of those funds needs to be transparent, and that it's not just going to general reserves to general, you know, expenses. So I do appreciate that, you know, it is, you know, pretty clear where it's going and where it's coming from. So I do appreciate that.
Thank you. I may move it in the document closer to the infrastructure portion, but I wanted to separate it just for council's thoughts on that as well.
To the graph that you did in one of the inserts too, very clearly lays out, and I think that's, we've had some positive comments on that as well.
Yeah, I'll make sure to continue to do that
Yeah.
with the business tax notices annually.
And I think for that matter too, it might not even to have that maybe in a smaller context on an insert just in the general tax notices as well, I think might be helpful too, just for the
Sure.
general public as well. So we have, like Jen and Devin touched on, we have a couple items that we put onto the parking lot. I would open it up to council or administration, I guess.
Good, maybe.
Yeah, go ahead, Devin.
Start, just regarding the Westview Road, question came up regarding the, I guess, portion west and north of the project limits that I presented. So I'll just briefly go through the comparison that I had Cole put together for that roadway. Do you mind if I pull up GIS,
Yeah, you
Jen?
go ahead. It's probably better to-
I'll just pull up GIS so everybody knows kind of what we're talking about here. Oh, too far. So the portion of road would be from basically Range Road 23-2, that's where the school is, west, and then north to 519 by Nobleford. So the assessment that we had completed, and this is a 20-year life cycle, we looked at converting the costs over 20 years to convert it to gravel, and the costs over 20 years if we were to reconstruct it to an asphalt standard. That road is 11.4 kilometers in length from the school to Highway 519. So it does have it is a decent amount of kilometers that we would have to take care of. It does have 404 vehicles a day, So that's approaching that 450 threshold that we currently have for an asphalt standard. And when we looked at the asphalt to gravel conversion, that 20-year life cycle cost, so this includes converting it to gravel and maintaining it every year for 20 years, is 1.472 million. If we were to upgrade it to a brand-new asphalt standard road, the initial construction plus maintenance costs over 20 years is 9.762 million. So we're looking at about a 8.289, say $8.3 million difference over 20 years regarding capital expenditures and maintenance over that 20-year period.
As we've considered on other roads, will you be able to put a study on cement stabilized?
I can do that, certainly, yeah. Just kind of based on the other two roads that I analyzed, you're looking at about 60% of asphalt-ish. I'd have to look at the numbers again. But about that for cement stabilization, so, you know, you'd be about 600,000 perhaps for cement stabilization compared to the 9.7 million price tag.
You mean 6 million?
Sorry, what did I say?
600,000.
Yes, 6 million, thank you, yeah. I wish it was 600,000. Yes.
Go ahead, Lauren.
Thank you. So what's the volume of traffic like on that road, seeing it's so close to a good highway? Like, is it quite,
It's,
in comparison to?
sorry, I don't know what the traffic count is on the provincial highway. The count completed this year on that particular road was 404 vehicles.
So, sorry, is that mostly like local traffic, or is it heavier traffic, or does it tell you that?
I could certainly find that out. I don't have that in front of me, but I could certainly find out what that split is of traffic.
Yeah, plus.
So when they do the traffic count, do they mark down like what kind of vehicles come
Yes.
by all the time?
Yeah, there's
Okay.
4 classifications of vehicles, and depending on the vehicle, they mark down whatever classification.
What are the small classifications?
Oh, there's passenger vehicles, and then you get into like school buses and stuff like that, and then there's tractor trailer combinations, and then I can't remember what the 4th one is, but kind of in that general realm.
Eric?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to point out and also give, put out a recommendation, as that is the only paved surface other than doing a full loop around for the north, east, and north access for that school. Would you be interested in contacting them, and they have their bus routes and their numbers, how many buses per day will be coming from the north that will now have to take gravel?
Okay.
I think there's approximately 40 buses total that leave that school, or 36 maybe, per day. Well, yeah, morning and afternoon. So that might be able to, or that would, I think, weigh in on a decision.
Oh, very good point, and I'll hopefully have that information for you on Friday, just depending on when they can get back to me.
Yeah.
Sean, did you have something?
No.
Okay, so the next one was the Stafford Lake Road. That was included in your budget under other considerations, or for consideration. As I previously stated, I have a couple options in there, one being asphalt, one being cement stabilization, with the cement stabilization at 920,000 and the asphalt at 1.76 million. Where are we here? There we go. And like I said, that would include the portion from 512 to the end of the road.
Could you repeat the paved number, please?
Pardon me?
Could you repeat the asphalt?
512.
1.76 million. And it should be on page 56 of your agenda. Or your budget package, I should say.
Klaus?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do the base stabilization, like on that one there, the lifetime, life analysis on that one would probably be a lot longer than all the other roads that we have as haul routes, because because it's probably, you don't have the same traffic weight on there.
You don't, but it was also built to a lighter standard. So our haul routes had 4 inches of gravel put down, and this had 2.5. So it was a lighter standard to begin with.
So for both of these projects, and I guess not so much the numbers of what it would cost, but the implication on our taxes in terms of the, the percentage of the increase of a budget is kind of more what I was looking for.
Okay. What I can do is
You know,
pull
what
up.
would be the implication on our overall budget? Let's say we just ripped the Band-Aid off and approved all of this year. How much of an increase would we be looking at for our taxes?
Are you, sorry, I just want to clarify the question. Are you thinking that if we paved that road, that the Stafford Lake property owners would pay more in taxes, or?
No, I'm more
Budget.
interested in, like, if we've got if the proposed budget is this much of an increase or a status quo, what impact on the entire budget would this have?
Oh, like future maintenance?
No,
No,
just
no.
if we're
Oh,
talking about
outline
a 3% increase, if we add these projects, does that push us to where does that put us? Like if you
Oh, I see what you're saying.
add the cost of
Like if
those
we
projects.
Yeah, if we wanted to add this into this year's budget and say, hey, let's get this done, what's the bottom line of the, what would I be paying more for my taxes as a result?
Yeah.
Great. Can we have some time to bring that back?
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. And just so everybody knows, lunch is here and it's getting cold.
Okay.
Just throwing it out there.
Okay. Is there, if we're comfortable with that, we'll park that for now and, okay, we'll break for lunch. Sure. 12:30? Okay, thank you.
didn't have it upset about that. I thought it was the best thing you ever did, because now it made more sense,
Sense,
you know,
yeah.
it's good.
Yep. Whatever you're ready, Devin.
So we'll just kind of pick up where we left off. We were talking about Stafford Lake Road, and John had some questions just regarding funding. What I can do, just for council's information, is pull up this spreadsheet. This is the same spreadsheet that I showed council last year, and it basically goes through our 2023 balance in each of these funds, estimated balance, the projects for that year, and the carry forward. So you can kind of see how the carry forwards in the green progress through the years. Really what we have at the end of the day through MSI is $945,000 prior to 2026 and prior. And then MSI, we're down to about 41,000 in 2024, but we get a little bit more in the following years. So you can kind of see, you know, if we were to add a project into 2023, we'd have approximately $945,000 from MSI we could pull from, 41,000 from FGTF, so we had about $1 million remaining there in grant funding, and then there's obviously the bridges and paved road reserve that we could draw from as well. You can kind of see how that carry forward goes throughout the years.
Again, those are based on current funding amounts, so if those go up, great. You anticipate they'll go down, but if they do, then there's that impact as well. to
Yeah,
those
and I
balance
think,
forwards.
I think I kind of was confused too. I confused myself because I think I know what you were asking, John, but it's just the fact that these aren't tax supported. Our capital budget isn't tax supported, so therefore it doesn't have an implication on the budget because we would have to find funding essentially. And
That's
that
right.
would mean reallocating funds that are already attributed to a project looking forward, essentially. That could be an option.
Unless a
Could be.
debenture was taken, then of
Right.
course there would be an impact to tax dollars. I was thinking you were thinking operating and maintenance costs moving forward when you were talking about tax dollars, but it should actually help when an improvement is done rather than impede O&M.
So with that, we also had on the board the CP Railroad. So that one again, I'll just go to page on here where my analysis was completed. The 20-year cost to convert to gravel, including initial construction and maintenance over 20 years, is $176,000. If we were to pave it, that initial capital plus maintenance over 20 years would be $1.155 million, resulting in a difference of about $980,000 for this segment of roadway. Again, I did have a couple options in there on page 56 of your budget. Cement stabilization at $590,000 and pavement at $1.26 million. So in this instance, it's about half of the cost of pavement to do the cement stabilization.
You ever talk to the CP office?
Yeah, so the day we talked about that, I reached out, I emailed them, emailed again when I didn't get a response, and then they forwarded me to another department, and I have a phone call set up with them for tomorrow to discuss this project.
Klaus?
So with that said, should we continue that discussion like Friday then? Because then we know the reaction of CP, if they're gonna put something toward that?
I can address that on Friday if council wishes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, what's the tax base from CP
CP, I believe,
to the county?
I sent you that.
250,000, I believe, a year is their taxes. Now, I'm not sure, Jen, if that's municipal or if that's everything.
I have to look, I sent that to you in an email, didn't I?
It was just the total tax bill, I believe. Jen will find it here.
Yeah, Ann?
I just want to kind of caution council a little bit that we do try and find revenue streams wherever we can, but we have to remember that some of these corporate citizens that we have in our communities are here, they're paying taxes. Part of that expectation is that they get services. I'm not disagreeing that we shouldn't always try, but philosophically, we have to think about, as an organization, is this something that we want to continue to do? And how will everybody look at it? So let's be cautious on how we move forward in this aspect.
Devin, so you have there's 3 items, I guess, that were listed as considerations. Are they added as considerations just based on, I guess, the timeline is how those projects have evolved? And I say that, I ask that question because I assume that in the budget document, the projects that you do have funded and do have laid out over the next coming years, there's a priority sequence to those, and that you would like to see those addressed, in a timely manner. Do those projects, would they potentially slot in higher or lower as far as a priority goes, or are those completely removed from that, or how would you?
Yeah,
guess-
I think I know what you're getting
Yeah.
at there. So in regards to the CP Railroad, because the state of that road, I can't do anything to preserve the existing base. So I'm not on a timeline to do an overlay to preserve what we have. It needs to be rebuilt. So really what we're facing with that road is extensive maintenance. Jeremy's gonna have to spend a lot of time maintaining that road. The Stafford Lake Road, again, it wasn't in my capital plan because it is a gravel road right now. That was more generated from discussions in previous council meetings as to why that was brought forward. The Westview Road, it does have quite extensive maintenance, and it does serve a school with a lot of vehicles traveling that road every day, in addition to the acreages along there. So that road, I would say, from my perspective, is a higher priority than the Stafford Lake Road and the CP Railroad. But that's strictly from analytical perspective and not a political perspective when it comes to other needs.
Ann?
Can you outline for us where these 3 roads fit on our asset management plan? Like, if these hadn't have been brought up for these various reasons, would they have factored into your budget?
So all 3 of these, well, the two paved roads that I'm dealing with are beyond their life cycle. So there's no rehabilitating those roadways. It's really the Westview Road in particular is trying to reduce the maintenance costs on that road because there is quite extensive maintenance. The other 2 roads, they're not a priority in the asset management plan simply because, and specifically the CP Railroad, it's past its useful life. So there's no overlay that I have to do to make sure that I can preserve that road for another 15, 20 years. If that makes sense, it's not a pressing priority where it has to be done now or there's consequences to face, basically.
It becomes more of a level of service discussion as to what
Yes.
level of service council would like to provide.
Yes, that's a good way to put it, yeah.
Thank you. Lauren?
Thank you. So just a curious question. Seeing as we don't know an awful lot yet about cement stabilization, are you at a point yet where you feel comfortable recommending them to go ahead, say like on a higher traffic road or a moderate traffic road? Do you think you have that comfort zone yet?
I'm getting more comfortable based on the South Iron Springs Road. Whenever I drive it, it seems to be holding in fairly good shape. I am gaining confidence in that process, but I think some sort of engineering analysis would be warranted prior to investing a lot of money into other projects. So yes, I think that it's a potential solution down the road. Just a little bit, maybe more time, a couple more years to see how that South Iron Springs Road performs, and then getting some more engineering analysis on that type of product for other projects.
So you're cautiously optimistic.
Yes.
John?
Thanks. Are we, or is anybody actually doing cold pack roads anymore, or is concrete stabilization sort of the new cold pack?
Like cold mix asphalt?
Yeah.
I honestly don't know of many people doing cold mix roads anymore. I know a few municipalities do them here and there. simply based on a level of service. Let's say there's a, I know in the MD of Pincher Creek, they have a few cold mix roads and their residents kind of like them. There's no heavy traffic and they like to have a paved road and it's somewhat cheap for them to go do it on their own. The cement stabilization is, it's not a brand new technology that municipalities are using. I know the MD of Tabor used it in the past for Lethbridge County. It's a newer product, and depending on your soil types, depends on how the product will perform, because different soils react differently with that product. So it's not a brand new product, but it is somewhat new for us.
Okay. If you feel comfortable, I guess, discussing those for now, or kind of leaving those in that parking lot for now, and we can come back if need be. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Devin. So, Mr. Chair, that more or less wraps up the capital portion of the budget presentations for today. We can move on to the start of operating, if you would like, and just kind of touch on that today, get a start on it, and then maybe Friday it won't be quite as heavy.
Jen and I kind of discussed this over lunch. Just, I would open it up to council, what your feelings are as far as proceeding. I know Mark had other commitments this week, but he is available to join us on Friday. I would leave it up to council, though, what your wishes are. If like Jen suggested, if we'd like to get a start today, then that gives us some flexibility on Friday. We could essentially stop and leave operating for Friday. It would be up to council's discretion how you'd like to proceed. Claus?
I think I would like to get a good start on the operating, because I think, stay ahead of our timeline, and we all have the day pulled out for this, and I think that, anyway, that's mine.
That's a good idea, I didn't get it.
To move on with the operating.
Oh, yeah, sure, why not, that's good for you.
Is there a good point that you can do an hour and there's a kind of a break area that you say, you know what, we tackle this part of it or something?
Till 2:30, is that what you're thinking, Council
Yeah.
Vanessa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also that would, in operating, that, it's like, oh yeah, we could tackle this phase, that phase, and then not be halfway through something.
I can go through my PowerPoint presentation and the summaries to date, and then if we get to CAO and council budget, that's probably good for today, and then we can get into the heavier stuff on Friday.
Okay.
Sure.
So,
And I won't be here Friday, probably till mostly noon that day.
okay.
Okay, we can do that too.
So, and they don't like to be scheduled,
Okay.
unless they give them a couple of months.
Lauren?
Yeah, I'm good with Friday. I have a doctor's appointment on Friday as well, but it won't take me all day, but I'm comfortable with moving forward.
Okay, so why don't we, does that work to keep going today then? Yeah.
I'd rather do that, actually.
Okay.
Okay.
Why don't we do that then, please, Jen?
Sure. So I just did a bit of a presentation here, similar to what I did with the capital budget with regards to operating. This, of course, is the portion of the budget that impacts the tax support dollars and the collections that are going to be required and what will be levied out to our ratepayers. So we'll go through the budget presentation, do a bit of an overview, and then, of course, if there's any parking lot or decision-based items, we'll record them as we're going along. And then hopefully at the end of day Friday, we get some council direction as far as where you'd like to go, what you want to see, any changes perhaps that you might want to make. I've worked with a senior leadership team, and I've developed a bit of a decision chart, I've called it. So basically, if council is looking to make any reductions in the tax support portion, there's some low-hanging fruit I've kind of identified, but it's all at council's discretion, and it's very flexible, obviously. You may like it, you may not, you may want to change it, so there's some options there for council. So in preparing the operating budget, again, it's always about delivering on council's strategic priorities, determining the costs associated with the level of service delivery, and the operating budget is a communication tool for citizens and stakeholders as to where and how tax dollars are spent. So, well, the operating budget is a guide that that sets the spending limits for programs and service delivery as approved by council. Within this budget, we've noted a 2% COLA for all departments. This is an estimate, and it should be noted that QP negotiations have not yet been completed. They're taking place in December, so this may be subject to change, but we did.
What is COLA?
Cost of living allowance. Yeah. There's also been inflationary costs that have been applied where applicable based on known costs to date. The CPI increase that I saw last is approximately 7% over the year. Any cost-saving initiatives that were found throughout 2022 have been implemented and included in the budget. And we did have some legislated budget impacts, $50,000 increase to the recreation funding from previous year, and about $235,000 increase in police funding from the previous year. So these right off the top, before we even look at anything else, have been applied to the budget. So we're looking at tax support. Oops, page 7. I started at the top and moved it. What we've proposed, or what we're bringing forward to council right now, has a 5%, and it turned out to be an even 5 somehow. I don't know, but that's $16,655,686 for tax support. And then after growth, so that is after Les has considered any growth within the county, new development, as well as market assessment growth, that brings that down slightly to 3.909% increase of tax support dollars only from previous year. So the operating budget revenues are made up generally of utility, outside of tax support, utility rates, user fees, penalties, any service agreements we may have in place, tax certificates, custom work charges, sales of goods and services, planning and development fees, fines, emergency service charges, and so on. Once these revenue sources have been identified, the balance of the revenue is collected through taxation to cover the expenses. So our operating budget summary, as you can see, we have the tax support line at the top, and you can see a breakdown. So grants, that is primarily the Ag Services environmental extension portion of just over $200,000. We also have a little bit of what used.
Sorry, Jen, can I just ask a question about that?
Yes.
That one was the one that they took away and then brought back?
Yes.
Is there any indication that they're going to do that again, or does it look like it's?
I believe there's 3 years guaranteed on
Is
it.
that?
It doesn't expire till 2024.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Or pardon me.
ASB
Two.
grant and the resource management.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We also have what used to be BMTG, which was the Basic Municipal Transportation Grant. Thank you. So we've kept about $285,000 in there in public works to help offset a little bit of the road work, and then the rest has to do with MSI operating grant funds. Sales of goods and services, that includes utilities in there. We have service agreements, and then you'll see a big change here, which Jeremy will speak to when he gets into his fleet budget. This is services to other departments. Fines and penalties, so this is for the CPO fines and any penalties earned through tax or accounts receivable and utilities. Return on investments, we had a bit of a reduction there, just based on, I think we'll catch up again, but I wanted to be a bit conservative. And those funds, whatever comes in, is transferred to the reserves. That interest is put back onto the capital reserves. So it doesn't really impact the overall expenditures because we do transfer it back to reserves. Then there's some other revenues, transfers from reserves to help offset some costs, and then this revenue here is what we saw in the capital to fund the debt. So we bring that money in and we're transferring it to the debt payment.
Return on investment, is that because we've spent some of those reserves, or are we actually collecting less interest?
So we have spent some of our investments. We did a little bit of them, but not too much. We're still fairly healthy. The previous year, we did not, our gains weren't as good as they have been historically, but I know that that is coming back again. So I'm hoping to see that come back up, but we do have a couple big items, purchases or projects coming up that will impact, and we'll have to grab that funding from our investments in order to cover those costs. Okay. When we're looking at our budgeting expenses, of course, this is our general operating expenses, so these are determined through our service levels. So we take into consider what our financial obligations are. So we have those legislated obligations, we have debt requirements. Obviously, salaries and benefits are somewhat of an obligation to keep staff. Council direction throughout the year, so different direction and service level approvals that have been made throughout the year have an impact. Any capital impacts on operations, whether they are beneficial or are going to create a cost, we look at those. Inflationary costs, of course, and then we evaluate needs versus wants within our discussion groups when we're looking at different items within the budgets. And I've mentioned here legislated requirements already. So again, our total expenditures are estimated at just over $30 million for the year, with over $16 million of that being funded through tax dollars currently based on this proposed budget. This is just showing it to you by object code rather than department. So we got salaries, wages, and benefits. That also includes, so that includes any salaries, all of the benefits, CPP, EI, LAPP, income tax, all of those costs, and as well as some professional development is in there too. Then we have our contracted and general services. So a lot of that has to do with subcontracted costs, just basically anything that we don't do ourselves in-house that we may have to contract out.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with all of these numbers here now, like the planned budget for 2023, like the 2% inflationary rate is all included in them, or even more?
So in the salaries, benefits, and wages, we did a 2% COLA in there, and then any other merits that may be eligible. The rest of the budget is where applicable, and we applied a higher than 2% rate where applicable. So for, as an example, fuel, some of our supply costs, some material costs, specifically within Public Works and the fleet departments, where they are purchasing lots of inventory, I guess you could say, that those kinds of costs saw a higher rate than the 2%.
And the 2% was just a budget estimate. We put it for council, administration, and the union. Union negotiations are coming up, so that may be adjusted one way or the other after the negotiations are complete. So that is our estimate right now. So we had to put something in order to move forward with the budget.
As we're coming to the close of the calendar year, Jen, where do you see us as far as the 2022 budget? How close are we going to be? Is there, I know you'll be bringing that to us obviously soon, but maybe just a rough idea, I guess.
I do have a financial report that's coming on the 15th. It kind of got delayed just due to scheduling and a few other things, but it will be till October 31st. We are looking at a bit of I guess we're looking at a deficit in some areas, in the fleet in particular, but Jeremy also adjusted his rates to charge back to the Public Works Department. So fleet is going to be okay, and then you're going to see it transferred over to Public Works. However, with the fire services, we had 3 in particular large calls this year. We do pay that out, but we get to retain a percentage of that in most cases. So our call volume there, that has helped offset some of the deficit we'll be facing in other departments. Quite honestly, I think that all of the departments, once we saw inflation, I mean, there's just areas we couldn't help. We have to buy fuel, we have to buy materials, wages have to continue to get paid. Those don't inflate over the year, but When it came to supply purchasing, I think all of the departments became very cognizant of the increased costs. And I know Matthew in particular in this office, although at a smaller scale, looked at not just utilizing staples through RMA, but where else can we source these to maintain or reduce costs? I think they're doing similar thing in fleet. We're not, as best we can. I think even our shipping costs, we've seen a bit of an increase there. Obviously, all the inflation gets transferred down. At the end of the day, I'm hoping, I don't want to say too much till I have my report in front of me because I don't want to make promises I can't keep. You are going to see some cost increases. I think, though, we're going to not do too bad because we have the saving grace of a few revenue sources that we didn't anticipate. If that helps my day.
Stay tuned.
Yeah. I just did this little chart. It's just kind of a visual of what we've been looking at. So when I say non-tax support revenue, those are all those revenues out, obviously, that aren't through our tax support. The largest portion of the increase that we're seeing here is due to the services to other departments to offset some of the expense increases. And then we have our tax support, which you're seeing a big increase there. They kind of offset each other. And then this is what our bottom line, our total expenditure increase. So we're looking at over 1.6 million there. So I just put that in kind of a cleaner chart, I guess, for council's view. Based on current assessment and the proposed budget, these are some estimates on what the increases may look like just on the municipal portion for our ratepayers. So irrigated and dry land, obviously their assessments don't change year to year. The municipal, again, just an estimate on what that tax increase would look like. So, you know, it's over the year, it doesn't look like a lot. Single family dwelling estimate at 362,000. That's where you're seeing that adjustment, a bigger adjustment. And again, that is just on the municipal portion. So if there's any increase to school tax requisition and green acres, that would of course go up as well. Depending on the assessed value of the property, that's going to be impacted, the higher the assessment, obviously.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the farmland increase, is that a percentage of the single-family dwelling increase, or how are we able to get an increase on that?
That's just straight land. There's no residence attached to it. So if you had a single-family dwelling plus sitting on a dry land quarter, you could combine those.
Correct.
Yeah.
How are we able to get an increase on the farmland when the assessment hasn't changed?
Well, the tax rate is really the municipality's only option. The Municipal Government Act does have some stipulations around those increases and what that separation between residential and other tax rates can be. I think the county is somewhat grandfathered in, though, because we were already outside of that when they implemented that legislation, pardon me. But that's really it's a balance. It's kind of like the scale. So if the assessment doesn't go up, then the council has the option of increasing a mill rate.
Would it be possible to just put the same as residential on farmland, just give it 4%?
Well, then the residential wouldn't be 4% anymore.
Okay, so average it up.
Yeah, because it would have to, if you increase one, you're going to reduce another.
So that is a bit of another discussion that maybe you want to touch on that, Jen, just what the philosophy has been and how we deal with our end.
Oh, no, I'm going to let Jen speak, but I just thought maybe if you can explain the difference between tax rate and tax ratios and the difference in the tax ratio bylaw, because I think that's kind of getting confused. Yeah, but, yeah. Just kind of like what we've done historically
Yeah.
and how we've dealt with that, Jen?
So the tax rates are determined, I guess, based on what we need to collect at the end of the day. The mill rate, tax rate, mill rate, yeah. So if council makes a decision that they want the tax support to be $15 million, then I take that number back to less, and I say, okay, we need to collect $15 million. So the calculation is, actually, I can probably, if council doesn't mind, I'm gonna bring up the tax rate calculator, because I think that would just be an easy way to explain it. So then based on the assessment, it's kind of like you take the assessment times the tax rate to determine your dollars that you need to collect. But there's certain things like machinery and equipment, for example, it's assessed differently. Like the way that they can assess on that is different than what they can assess on a property. It's not market value. There's a whole formula related to it. Yeah, it's like 75% of something, and I think it's just tax calculator. So Les will bring the tax rate bylaw forward right before we issue taxes, based on council's decision on what our tax support is gonna look like. Then council can adjust those tax rates accordingly, but we have to just make sure that it falls under legislation properly. So here, kind of, I don't know if you can see that, if you've seen this before, Eric. Yeah, so property tax, so you take the assessed value, which is determined by the assessment department, times the total tax rate. So this is applied per $1,000 of assessed value. And then that equals the amount payable. So if you have, I'll just do farmland, for example, and it's assessed at $60,000, and we calculate that, then this is how we've, as the county, have broken out. So we have recreation we have to pay. Obviously, Green Acres and the education requisition are provincial, so those are downloaded to us. Provincial policing we have to collect, which is also downloaded onto us. And then this municipal tax rate portion here, which is almost 25% of the total tax dollars collected, is based on the tax rate that's set through the tax rate bylaw. So this is 2022's, based on 2022's tax rates.
So those numbers that you just showed us, Jen, for the household, that's based on the 2022 tax rate bylaw?
No, I gave Les the budget that we're presenting today and asked him to do a quick calculation of what that would look like, and that's where we've determined the increase.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not 100% sure the answered what necessarily you, Councillor Van Assen was asking, but I mean, I was thinking something along the same lines. When we're looking at the, 0.5% increase for irrigated farmland and 0.4 for dry land and 4.1 for single-family dwelling, in order to get the irrigated and dry land farm rate up to a 4% increase or something that would be similar to residential, we'd have to increase the mill rate for those particular properties. Is that possible with the legislation that the Alberta government puts on us?
I believe we are grandfathered in at our current, because I can't remember what the, I don't know if it's 5-to-1 or whatever the ratio was.
Could you elaborate on what?
So what they're saying is if our residential rate is at 1%, then the farmland rate can't be 5-to-1 more than that. It has to be within that.
More than 5.
Yeah, so we're outside of that now, I believe, or very close to it. I'd have to ask Les specifically. Don't quote me on the 5-to-1 because I don't have the legislature in front of me. But there is there's a ratio that you have to be within that's legislated. So I could look to see where we could go, or what our separation could be, or what there's room for still. But I know that the farmland rate has already been. Yeah, we've already added, I think it's a 2 something on top of.
Oh, go ahead. Thank you. So the larger challenge is really the legislated assessed value of farmland. as opposed to the mill rate that we're charging on it.
Well, that's where the biggest limitation is,
Right,
because you
okay.
can't, it doesn't align with market the same way a residence does. And farmland buildings aren't assessed. So,
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that when you talked about being grandfathered in, we were grandfathered in because we were already above the rate.
yes.
But I don't think we get to grandfather it moving forward.
I think I think there's still, that's why I would like to check with Les. Like, I know we were grandfathered in outside of that, but
Yes.
to continue to make that bigger and bigger, I don't know that we have that
I
authority.
don't think so, but.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
yeah.
Just for information purposes, in our tax mill rate bylaw, because generally speaking to the 5-1, and that is, I believe, what NJ
Okay, that's-
has for legislation. So our residential rate is 4.8341, and our farmland is 25.230. So it's almost that 5-1 ratio right now.
And maybe if there's some, if there's some desire that we can maybe bring that, and with a little clearer explanation, Jen, on the ratios, I think that would be helpful for council.
It is it is a formula that gets adjusted. If you change one, you change the other, so. Yeah, I've got it here. Definitely add it.
Was that, like, I wanted to show that, hey, this is all we can hit farmland for. We're hitting it for all it is, and sorry, residential, you're gonna bear the brunt of the increase. And that's kind of what I'm looking to make sure that is showcased or at least brought to light.
I think from what Jeremy just said, that percentage, if you look at what's on the screen now and what Jeremy just said, I think it bears that out.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, we could change that, but then we have to change our bylaw?
We would have to change the bylaw anyways, but I don't know that we can go any further with our tax rate separation, yeah. Yes, that's correct. That might be total tax.
Well, based on the numbers that Jeremy.
Yeah, yeah.
That work out
Oh,
to
sorry, the
5.2.
ratio, yeah, yeah. Okay. And again, this is just an estimate. This isn't a final number by any means, but I just wanted to show council, give an example of what these numbers look like. So on page 9, you should see the impact summary. So this shows you what the 2022 approved tax support was against the proposed, what we have, what we're bringing forward. And then it's the 5% increase. So again, we've got the 50,000 and the $235,000 increase for just the legislated portion. We have kind of a net, I'm saying net because there's been some,
Hang on, Jen. Do you guys have an issues there?
He's got it, but I don't have that.
Okay.
oh, you don't have it on page 9?
What page was
Should be page 9 of 9 of the PDF.
They're looking at their budget package.
Does it match? Do my numbers? Oh, okay.
We were down at page 60-something, right?
Oh, yeah. Gotcha. Okay. So I sort of did a net, so this does include a 2% increase where applicable, FTE and benefit adjustments. We did have some reductions, actually. Our benefits are locked in, so we didn't have to worry about increases there. LAPP, there was a slight reduction there, and I believe there was another benefit that had a bit of a reduction. So there were a little bit of savings, overall savings found in that case. Fuel, machine parts, and supplies, which has an impact on our service rate fees. That's huge. It's $523,000. And again, that gets kind of transferred to the other departments through the fees. So you're seeing that there. And then I've offset this 523 for the department rates against the revenue that will be earned, 557,000. We had an economic development department department restructure, which also was able to create some cost savings. We have a fire service response, I call it an agreement adjustment, so just shy of 80,000 in savings there at this point. There could be more savings. And then fines revenue, we increase that slightly by 10,000. And then when I say department adjustments, this is a net overall, you know, here and there, we had a little bit in maybe some phones, for example. I know that Chandra and Doug have spent a great deal of time cleaning up a lot of our TELUS accounts, other utility accounts. I've kind of had, you know, we looked at some of our supply areas, like I'm talking miscellaneous supplies, maybe where some reductions could be made. So overall, there was further reduction of 33,000 in the whole budget, a net, which brings us down to that 793,116 or 5%, and then, 620 after growth. So this is just kind of, I called an impact summary. It's just sort of hitting those big ones, the highlights, to go through every single line, and I would never fit it on one sheet, that's for sure. So it just sort of gives council a quick view of what we're looking at within the budget. So all the budgets will be presented by the senior leadership team. Each will cover their own department areas. I have Anne here, but it's usually Anne and I will do council and executive office. Devin will look after infrastructure, Doug IT, not necessarily in this order, but Jeremy has all of public operations. I have assessment and finance, and then Larry has all of community services, which includes fire and CPO. Did you want to get into it today with? Okay. Okay.
Why don't we do the ends, that chunk, and we'll
Sure.
see where we're at.
Okay. I will tell you here. I just got to open it up myself.
Don't leave me.
I won't. I'll stay with you. So if we move down to, it's going to be, oops, that's too far. Oh, one sec here, sorry. I don't have it memorized. I apologize. Probably around page 80. Thank you, Larry. Okay. We can just go to, I'll skip through this stuff because we kind of covered it. Actually, before I get into Ann's, I'm just going to quickly go over the operating projects that are budgeted for 2022. This is on page 64. So you'll see these identified in each of the applicable departments. So in the CAO or executive budget, the employee recognition night, this is covered through reserves. And it's just for planning of the, whether we do a recognition barbecue or some other event, that's covered there.
And I think we've managed to reduce that because we found out that we really had a lot more receptivity through the actual more casual recognition night. And so in previous
It's about
budgets,
20.
it was about 20 or 25,000, so we've managed to reduce that by half.
Devin has 3 operating projects proposed within his budget. So there's the Shaughnessy Wastewater Lagoon Review, Diamond City Inflow and Infiltration Study, and Iron Springs Treated Water Reservoir Structural Assessment, and he'll speak to those when we get to his department.
And before we jump away from that, Jen, one thing too that we're working on, the senior leadership team, is because we've separated capital from operating, sometimes there's projects that kind of traverse that, and there needs to be more clarity around that. Like, when does the capital project get completed and handed off to operations? So we're working on internally kind of a policy on that, so we have some more set guidelines before, so we know what we're doing when we move forward with different projects. That's a 2023 internal project that we're working on.
And his will be funded through MSI operating funds. Within finance, there's the asset retirement obligation. It's a PSAB legislation. That's something we'll have to work on, and it will show up in the 2023 financials. So I don't know that we'll quite need that much, but it's through MSI operating in case there are any environmental issues we need to look at. IT is still working on the records management document scanning. IT did have this in their 2022 budget, but the cost came in a bit higher which isn't surprising. And this also includes a bit more detailed work with regards to literally having somebody scan in all of our documents, but this is what they do for a living, and then they organize it within the records management system that we're implementing. Community services, there's an economic report update, so this would be an update to the Sericon report that is from
It's based on 2016 data, but I do believe it was done in 2020, yeah. And we just want that for when we're lobbying members of government or just using the figures in any type of our communication. We always have to quantify it by saying 2016 numbers, and we know that it's a lot higher than what that Sericon report said.
and that will be fun.
Does that mean you're getting it redone
Yeah,
this year?
yes.
2022 numbers or something?
Yes, as current, and that was one of the things we did ask them, specifically how current will the data be? And were they able to tell us that, Larry?
Yeah, they figured, it's gonna be based largely on 2021 census data, and we're a year plus since that was completed. I'm not sure if all the data has been compiled and released. They take a long time, I know, but most of it should be, and we should get definitely, for the most part, very much updated and far more current numbers.
So, just a question, if will we have that done before the RMA in 2023? Because it's really important that we have the numbers a little more accurate than we had, because the 2016 numbers do not reflect what we have.
Larry is gonna make sure that it's done.
They have indicated it'll be done early in the new year, by March, so.
And
I
I
don't
will
know when
make,
the
I
RMA
will make sure that Larry makes sure it's done. How's that?
Is that a yes or no?
I
Yes,
don't know when the RMA convention is.
March,
Two of
March
them.
15th,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Oh, shoot for that, that's good to know, thank you.
okay.
Planning and development has a couple of projects, so conceptual design and planning projects. These are items that come up throughout the year, so it's part of her tax support. We put it under projects because it's not specific. It's things that come up throughout the year. Maybe council wants to review one of the bylaws
Or
that she
area
has, or
structure
area
plans.
structure plan or something. And then the land use bylaw is up for review. I think Hillary said it was 10 years since the last full review, so.
And it's supposed to be reviewed every 5 years, I believe, so is it 5 or 10, Larry?
Yeah, I think usually it says 5.
We're well past our date.
So that'll be reserve funded as well. And then there's 2 emergency services items. One is through the emergency preparedness, I don't know what you call it. We had a mock, I guess, emergency preparedness event. We need to, Byron had asked for some incident command vests to be purchased. There's quite a big number attached to it, and there's a lot of them. So I've put that in here, and that can come from his contingency reserve, as well as the Director of Emergency Management contract that we have with the town of Coaldale. That is, to my knowledge, is still at $40,000 a year, and we've had that under tax support. This would be about year 3. I think.
Yes, and just for clarification on that item, the 40,000, Clayton was supposed to come to the last council meeting and talk about the regional emergency services. If council remembers, we kind of only did a year with Coaldale, knowing that this regional one would come up. However, he wasn't able to attend. He will be here on Thursday. So this number may fluctuate depending on council's decision.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is VESTS an acronym for something, or are we spending $5,000 on clothing?
Clothing.
It's clothing, yeah. So they're to identify command positions in the case of an emergency.
Okay.
I have the quote, that's what it was. And then we have 2 items which we kind of spoke to earlier, one being the Ag Services and Environmental Stream Operations Grant of $214,905, and then the gravel road reconstruction funding, which is formerly BMTG, they've now combined with MSI, of $248,950. We will see what happens when they move to the new funding, I guess, formula, if BMTG is still a portion of that, or if they just combine it into one lump sum. So those are what we're looking at for the 2023 operating projects at this time. So if you move on down just to,
Jen?
yep,
You might not have the answer to this, but I'm just trying to look and see as far as MSI and LGFF. So there is two streams right now, correct? There's an operating and a capital stream for MSI?
Yes, so MSI does have MSI operating and MSI capital. The operating portion that we receive, I believe, is around 105,000 annually. And then I know if you do look on the Municipal Affairs website, if you look up Municipal Sustainability Initiative Grant, there's a funding document there, and it splits it out for you on that document by municipality.
Do we have any indication moving forward if there will be two streams of LGFF as well, or if that will be no?
That was a question that was asked, I believe, at the GFOA conference. Jeremy was there, I think they asked that. And it didn't, Gary was vague, I guess. I just don't think they have the formula determined enough to say what it's going to include.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
I hope they do maintain a portion of operating because it is good to have.
We've used it for quite a few projects.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
So if council's ready, we can jump into the council operating budget. What we're looking at here is 5.56%, which maybe sounds big, but based on council's budget, that's $36,955. There was a $15,000 transfer from reserves last year, and a portion of that was to fund the strategic planning, which had a budget of $25,000. That budget has been reduced and is fully tax funded in the 2023 year should council decide to meet and just review strat planning and their goals moving forward. In 2024, there's a $50,000 portion in there funded from reserves, and that will actually be the county's 60th anniversary. So we put in some funds there. I know when the county had their 50th anniversary, I think they rebranded in that year. Am I correct, Lauren? Rebranded, new logo, signage, hosted some contests to get the residents involved, and then there was a function out at Prairie Tractor for residents to attend and celebrate the anniversary. So we did put some funds in there for the 60th.
And we did have a request, or we were looking at replacing the signage throughout the county because we feel that it's dated and doesn't really reflect our progressive image. But we wanted to probably phase that in with the 50th anniversary because we thought instead of doing the signage in 2023, it would be more beneficial to do it and unveil it with the rest of the celebrations in 2024. So we were thinking broadly of competition or different logos, whatever council thought, but we thought we would park that sign off until 2024. And I think we did include that in the 50,000, Jen, or is it part of that?
Well, it depends what we do with the
discussed it.
signs. We
Yes.
didn't include the signs in this.
The signs
no.
may be quite expensive depending on how we go.
Yeah. So obviously, probably towards the mid to end of 2023, some discussions will have to take place to begin the planning process, but there's some funds set aside.
What's that? Were they red?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, yes, okay. Oh, my goodness. I'm just gonna say, I went through this in another municipality, and honestly, there was somebody who thought we stole their son, and then there was a whole discussion about the fish that looked like a salmon, and we don't have salmon here, so signs are always a little bit catchy. Yes, yes.
And lastly, in 2025, it is an election year again, so we have some costs, $25,000. That was based more or less on the costs that were incurred from the previous election. So, and we put money away.
Just a question, Jen, and we can talk about this later, but I'm just curious. Remember we were going to look at putting money away every year for, we are?
This
I see.
$5,000 transfer to reserve that you see on the E6 line, that's going into a reserve to fund the election, to help fund the election. So I will give this new chart credit to our intern. I asked him to develop some charts for us, so so it's nice because it shows what portion of the total tax support is for council. So it kind of breaks that down, and then where the balance of the tax support, how it's allocated to other departments, what portion that leaves for other departments.
I like that. And also included in council's budget is a 2% because we put that in
Yes.
there as well.
So that's a decision for council too. We did add 2% to council salaries for moving forward. I don't think there's really any other items within the council budget that it would be of any surprise. We did increase the services by other departments to offset some IT costs because those are rising. We also will be, that encompasses a lot of what's in this room as well for council. So with replacing the microphones in the future, that sort of thing. We did have a little bit of a reduction in expenses. As I mentioned, the strategic planning we reduced because we won't need to have a facilitator, likely at the next one. And then it includes mobile communications and then council insurance. Increase in membership fees for SAWA, Highway 320, and South Grove. So those are all included in the council budget as well. No operating projects for the 2023 year. One item I would like to note that will need to, a council decision will need to be made on is that STARS came forward in, I think, November, late October, early November, I'm trying to remember, and gave a presentation and also made a request for funding. I put in the donation based on their $2 per capita that they had in their presentation. I've put it in the budget. It's a council decision. It doesn't have to stay there. It can stay there, but that does make up a portion of this $36,000 increase. And I put it in for each of the 3 years because that was also part of their funding request. So that, I believe, out of that meeting, the direction of council was to have it as part of the budget discussion. So it is built in here, just so council's aware. But it's definitely, it does show up on my decision chart too, so we don't forget about it as an item.
And just for council, the newer members of council, we've had requests also from Halo in the past, and Halo is now receiving provincial funding. Larry, is that where they're at?
Yes, that's my understanding. They received quite a big lump sum, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure what the commitment is for ongoing operational, but yeah, the province finally
Okay.
conceded, I guess, to them, if you will.
So if council wants some background on that, we can forward those reports and where we're at with that. You would like that?
Yes, please.
Okay.
On
Halo, I'll do that.
Okay.
Halo versus STARS.
Yeah.
if they're- if you
Yeah,
can
we've had a
send me-
few council reports, so I'll send that information to you.
Jen, what was would there be any rationale to have that coming out of like an emergency services budget as opposed to a donation out of council?
Certainly, yeah, we can have it put anywhere. I just, those kinds of requests come to council, so I put it in council's budget because it is a council decision. But it can be moved somewhere else within the budget for sure.
Thank you.
Might look better.
So that basically is council. Like I said, I don't think there's any big surprises there. Moving forward, again, we will fund the 60th.
I'll just, one sec too, Jen. If at any time, if we want something added, please put up your hand and say so.
Well, it's just about to.
Yeah, awesome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When we're looking at basically transfers or the reserve of $5,000, and that is to fund the next municipal election, but if it's costing $25,000 to fund the next municipal election, wouldn't it make more sense to take that 25 and do it at like 7,500 so that it's actually 100% funded by the time the municipal election comes along, as opposed to only partially funding it over the time?
Certainly that's an option. I know when this was brought forward, there wasn't any money being put into a reserve for the municipal election. So we started at $5,000 as a bit of a placeholder and just to ensure that funds were being put aside so that every 4 years you weren't seeing this big expense come through that didn't have a funding source. But yeah, we can adjust it for sure for the election year.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it makes more sense to
You know, if we know that we have an expenditure that's gonna be 4 years out, let's fund it. Let's, you know,
Sorry to interrupt again, Jen. Is there anything
Nope.
else from council?
That's why we're here. Okay, so moving into 2024, as I touched on the 60th anniversary celebrations, we can fund from the tax equalization reserve. We include another 2% for the 2024 year. We have a decrease happening in IT in that 2024 year because the new financial software will be in place. We won't be having that crossover of two services. So that will bring costs down significantly because the new software is enhanced, but it's also less expensive, and it's a cloud version. So that's part of what brings that cost down as well. So so all the departments will see a little bit of a decrease from IT just for that specific reason alone.
And just to highlight E5 there, when we talked about the 80,000, that was a previous decision of council.
Yes.
And it's something that council, we'd just like you to know, would you like to continue it? That's 10,000 for each of the community associations, and as well as the Prairie Tractor Club.
Did you want that up or just?
To the
So what are you asking, like, if you want to have a change in that we
Yep.
change that? Okay.
Yeah. Just if you want to revisit it, because it was the last council that implemented that. And it has been effective. It's minimized the ongoing smaller requests from the different associations, and it has given them the ability to kind of leverage it for funding or also to budget their yearly amounts, so.
Yeah, I would like that on there.
thank you. How long has that been in place? And
2 years,
as a council, should we look at maybe putting some inflationary allowances on that?
I think Jeremy's putting it up there, so.
Yep.
Two or 3 years?
Yeah, I think I want to say this would be year 3.
Yes, this
Yeah, I
would be year
think when
3.
we changed how the municipal reserve funds were allocated, based on some information that we received, generally they were, community centers were applying for funds through that. When they couldn't anymore, council made the decision to add this to the budget and give them $10,000 annually. Yeah.
And,
Been 3 years.
yeah, it's
I
been 3
believe
years,
so.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as Councillor Hickey alluded to, the process before, we weren't doing it accurately according to the way the reserve fund was set up. And also, we've been told by the various groups and stakeholder groups that the application process was extremely painful and onerous, so.
And just to, probably, maybe for some of the new council members, when we say municipal reserve, it's separate from our county reserves, if that makes sense. So it's called municipal reserve because that's what it is labeled within the Municipal Government Act. But it's funds we receive when developments happen, depending on the type of development, and Larry can jump in if I'm getting this incorrect. A percentage, I think it's around 10%, has to be allocated towards a park or some kind of recreation type facility. So those funds come to the county, and that's why they can only be applied back to
That kind of
that.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, in Ontario, they call it 5% in lieu of parkland, so it's easy to understand, but it's the same type of reserve.
Yeah. So it is separate from our general reserves or county reserves. Just, I know the terminology mixes it up a little bit. And then 2025 is very straightforward, but again, we've left the 80,000 in there for the community centers and 20,000 for the STARS donation. So just some decision-making there for council, but we do have it noted and can bring that forward when it comes time.
Yep.
Any further questions on the county's budget or council?
What portfolio does the recreation funds come on?
Tax. They're tax funded, tax support funded.
Which department though, or is that?
It's
or
in council's department,
council's
but
department, yeah.
it's tax support dollars. We don't use a reserve for that.
The current agreement for the ICF recreation funding expires 2020,
Goes up to 450.
2024. believe it's April 1st, 2024, so Larry and I have had some cursory conversations about that. We will have to start negotiations again with the smaller urbans to see what's going to happen moving forward.
And sorry, Claus, the 80,000 for the community centers is tax dollars. The recreation funding, a portion of that council did have being funded from the municipal reserve, and tax support. Yeah.
The recreational fund that we have to pay out, is that mandated that we have to support these urbans?
Yes, yes. There was some documentation I can send you if you'd like. It's about the ICFs, and then there was arbitration, and so it was mandated, yes.
And it's the way they set it up, it was a $50,000 a year increase to the county until the end of 2024.
End of 2024, yeah. On the other hand, the flip side, if you want to look at some positives, a lot of counties do have to pay into cities, and the city of Lethbridge didn't request anything from us, even though a lot of our citizens use their facilities. So there is a fortunate piece of news. Not too loudly. Mic's off. Shut my mic off.
Okay.
Okay.
So the executive office, this is the CAO's office, which encompasses CAO, executive assistant, and the human resource department. Some of the changes here, well, I'll get into the details, but we have this $10,000 that you're seeing every year is for the employee and council appreciation. I have gala there still, but event, I guess we could change it to. And then in 2024.
Jen, can you just explain how that's different from the one in council, or is that you've got it in council and you've got it in the executive office, right?
I do have it in council?
I
No, that
believe
was
so.
strategic planning. That
Keep
was in
going.
council.
Oh, I thought it was in there too.
No,
No.
just the 60th anniversary.
Up. Keep going, sorry. I know, I'm sorry, you guys, I just want to make sure go up. Up more. Sorry, more, there. Oh, I see, okay, keep going.
Okay.
Yeah, we're good. I'm still stuck on the plane.
And then budget. So this $25,000 is based on, I guess, previous year plus inflation.
Okay.
I get Ann to speak to that, I think.
Yeah, and what I'd like to do is put this on. Jeremy, can you put the wage review on too? Because I think council needs to make a decision. One of the challenges, and we unfortunately didn't get an opportunity to talk about this, we had it on the list and I believe I forgot. However, the wage review, we have been trying to do it every 3 to 5 years administratively. As I have mentioned to council, the last time we did it in 2019, we did red circle quite a few of. We feel like our wages are now in line. We can do it in 2023 if you want. However, the challenge is that we are in the middle of union negotiations, so trying to manage both of those and get those done at the same time, we felt it was more prudent to put the wage review off to 2024 for the administration. But that's certainly a discussion point for council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How long are these union negotiations supposed to take?
Well, they shouldn't take very long. They should take a couple of months, but sometimes it's a bit challenging. We were already supposed to meet. We had dates set up. They got canceled, so we do have some more dates set up in the next week or so. So we're working on it. Was that tactful?
So just looking at the tax support, oh, sorry.
Thanks, but that does bring up a little bit of a challenge you might face as staff, is the fact that anybody who's red circled, if you don't do the wage review in this year, they don't get anything if if there is an increase. Is that correct?
You're right. The only thing that we looked at, and we talked a little bit about that, Jen, is leaving the 2% in and then doing the wage review in 2024. So if there was the increase, then at least there would be an increase across the board for staff.
So-
And how does that affect the red circled?
I think what's happened is some of the red circled staff, because they were red circled 4 years ago, that the COLA that has been applied in the last 4 years is bringing some of those red circled staff back into the last level
Of their grid.
Of their grid. So when we put in the 2%, we did apply it across the board for a few reasons. One, that the red circles are now starting to become back into the grid. Two, the inflation that we're facing this year. 2% when you're looking at a minimum 7 over the past year seemed fairly fair, and they haven't received anything in 4 years.
Sorry, for my benefit, could you explain the red circle?
Oh, yeah. I can't, you can jump in if I miss something, but the red circled, what happened is when we did the wage review, the administrative staff, the wages were a little bit erratic, I would say. So we did a wage review, and over half of them were red circled, meaning they were held at their current wage until they were brought up to where the wage review said they were supposed to be. So no increases or until they were at the level that the wage review said.
So these are just staff where their wages were out of skew.
Yes, absolutely. And we're looking at doing another wage review, but putting it off to 2024. I think it's prudent to do it, but sometimes you can overdo the wage review. So I think when they say 3 to 5 years is a good measure, I would more err on the side of 5 years. But right now, everything is so erratic with inflation and wages and everything, it's really hard to even manage what's going to happen in the next few years.
So of the total tax support that's been proposed, 4.4% of that would apply to the executive office. We can quickly run through a bit of a summary here. We've already talked about the employee recognition night. We have a safety reserve, so our any peer funding that we get or anything related to safety that we can transfer to that reserve, we do, and then it's funding the employee recognition night. Salaries are adjusted at 2% COLA where applicable, and taxes and benefits were modified as required. Contract and general services, this is a very minimal increase there and just aligning with more true costs. Again, services by other departments, this is IT and fleet, so there's an increase due to rising costs, and the corporate Explorer vehicle falls to the executive office's budget. And then for the revenue coming in for the recognition night, of course, there's a cost associated with that. In 2024, the only addition there is for the salary wage review, and we can use MSI operating funds to fund that review.
Will we still have it in 2024, hopefully?
Hopefully. If we don't, then we'll have to find another source, but hopefully we still have it. And I would suggest in that case probably the tax equalization reserve.
And before that time too, we will also do a little bit more of an updated quote, because that 25,000 may be a little low.
It may be low, yeah. This was based on a few years ago plus some built-in increases. Yeah. And then just more or less moving forward for the next 2 years is just a 2% COLA across the board again. We've kept the employee recognition night. No other big cost changes there over the next couple of years. It's pretty straightforward budget. I don't know if we want to dig into public operations today. It's heavy, and it might be beneficial when all of council's present. but
Jeremy's
I'll
fresh.
leave that up to you. Okay, so for Friday, do you just want to leave these items to the end of the budget deliberations to come back and make some decisions on, or do you want to decide as we go through the departments, or do you just want to see what that?
I would say if there's any information, I guess that had to be generated
Do you want 2% COLA staff, council, or both? Okay. Sure.
How'd you pick that picture? Is that a
Jeremy picked
irrigation?
it.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That looks like an old pivot.
I think it's a county picture. Yeah.
The other thing too is if anybody goes away and thinks, oh, I would like some more information, just send me a quick email and then I will get you that information back.
And if, sorry if I can jump in, and if there's any budget items that council's thought of too, that we might need to
Just let me know.
think
And
about incorporating, yeah, just to add that PAMS list as well.
yeah. The other thing too, I just wanted some kind of direction on is that this, I'm struggling with this paved road. We promised you that we would bring you a case-by-case basis on the different roads, and we did the CP rail, because that one, CP road, sorry. But we do have business case studies for all of them, but the challenge is, do you want all of them, or do you want them in a case-by-case basis? We've done the whole complete report. I think it may be beneficial if Devin, early in January, brings the whole thing forward, and then we can think about it moving. Like, it won't really, it won't affect the budget process, but I'm just thinking for council to have that information.
Yeah, I think that makes sense, because if we deem that one of these projects we wanted to go ahead on for 2024, we still get to put it in the budget far enough out.
Okay. So,
Still make a separate case, like.
Yeah, I think we'll still get
Okay.
mixed up about that.
okay, so we'll make sure that the budget meeting, or for January, Devin, we can talk about that? Okay, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. That's right.